What the frick is up, boys? How we doing? Guess what? Guess frickin' what? Dick Cheney wasn't dead. Did you guys know that? Isn't that crazy? Dick Cheney wasn't dead. He died yesterday. He got to live forever. I mean, I'm just kidding. I knew he was still alive, but right? This lizard got to live 25 years after he did 9/11. That's crazy, dude. Anyway, how's everyone doing? What's up? What up? What up? What up? Get in. We're going to have fun. Oh, Zohran Mamdani, the socialist, won in New York City. So we have that to look forward to. Don't worry, boys. I mean, the good thing is that people are willing to vote. I mean, not that voting is going to save us at all, but that people are over the bullshit a little bit, but they're all still cucks and they still fall for the same dumb shit. Everybody's a cuck. We voted in another CIA asset. Hooray! Just like AOCIA. Whatever. Watch the subways never become free and your rent is still gonna go up, so suck a fucking dick. Nothing will get better. I mean, I hope it does. I really do. But he was endorsed by AOC and Kathy Hochul. This dude is a joke. He had a South African accent 3 years ago. Who changes their accent as a fully grown-ass adult man? Who? Tell me anyone. Who changes their accent? If people would do that normally, even feds, Elon would have done it a long time ago, right? What the fuck's going on there? Zohran, you got some splaining to do. You're lucky I didn't catch your ass in the fucking streets before you were elected. You would have been screwed, dude. Just because I would have filmed it and been like, "Hey, what happened to your South African accent? Where'd it go?" A grown man changes his accent? What's up with that? What do you do that for? Are you an actor? Your mommy worked for Disney and then you did too from nepotism? I don't know. Also, who the fuck are you? Where did you come from? I've never heard of you, Zohran. But all of a sudden, everyone knew who you were. All the influencers, all the streamers, all the cucks. All these fucking cucks. Yeah, Zohran's a socialist. It's gonna be great, guys. Bro. But, we'll give him till January 2nd. We'll see how it's going on January 2nd. But what I do honestly see happening is a bunch of anti-Semitic attacks are going to happen and be reported on. And then, yeah, I could totally see Trump throwing because I've been waiting, how come New York isn't getting pummeled the way other places are yet with ICE? I don't know. I don't know if it's because they know New York is going to be upset about that. I mean, everyone is, but I don't know why. Maybe they don't have the groundwork done yet for it. I'm not sure. But literally everyone voted for Mamdani except for Staten Island. Did you guys see that shit? Dude, Staten Island, we love you guys. Do you guys know Staten Island's a borough of New York City? What? You can't even get there by subway. What are you talking about? Staten Island, who? Staten Island's pretty cool, though. It's pretty. Anyway, you guys, should we feed Squeaks or should we let Squeaks eat Winky? Just finished work. I'll listen on my way home. Let's knit it, y'all. It's getting so weird out there. I'm glad Cat Dad is at it strong. Dude, I know. I feel like we're at the calm before the storm. I feel like It's time to bulk up. Time to get our frickin' bodies right. Time to get our frickin' heads right. Because something's on its way. Something's a-brewing. And I think it's all going to fall apart all at once. There's a lot of converging storylines. There's the economy collapsing. There's the fascism, the ICE, the fucking... the Baal Temple. What else? There's a lot of lizard stuff going on. The lizard lickers are, you know, they're doing their death throes. They're at the end of the game. And they think that they can win, but I don't know, dude. Staten Island was almost 100% Cuomo. Good luck, Gary. We're thinking about your wife. Sending her good vibes. Okay, let's go feed Squeaks. Bunny, we'll listen to your new track when I get back. I gotta go make some honey water and feed some Squeaks before he kills his sister. Paul, it's about to be a Merry, Merry Christmas. Oh yeah, the airports are all closing.
What a golly thanks.
Bro, no one's going home for Thanksgiving or Christmas.
Just like they always used to know.
They're a bunch of lizards and they want to eat you and swallow everything that you love. Oh, I'm dreaming of a Paul-less Christmas. Paul-less Paul. You're a thug in FBI attire and your son is a dog. And Paul in the Oklahoma City bombing. YouTube chat's messed up already. Oh, thanks. I figured out the wrong chat. No, it's not the wrong chat. I just had it scrolled on accident. I think as I was reading it before it started. Okay, gotta feed Squeaks.
How could we ever put the pentagram on top of Saturn's tree without you? I want a Paul apology for Christmas. Even a Tim McVeigh one will do. I don't want it all. FBI's hacky style. Had too many names that were redacted in the files. I want a Paul apology for Christmas. At least admit that Tim McVeigh was you. Don't have to lie about his bomb. Be honest about what you did. And we'll forgive you if you decide that it was wrong. I want a Paul apology for Christmas. Even a Tim McVeigh one would do. I can see it now on a Christmas morning. Creeping down the stairs, what a joy and what surprise. When I open up both my eyes and see Santa Paul in some jean shorts. Just standing there, ready to admit that his whole life as Paul was a lie. I want a Paul apology for Christmas. Even a Tim McVeigh one will do. No lies or excuses, we only want the truth. And maybe tell us about all the other things you do. I want a Paul and there will be no witness. I'll probably disappear before next Christmas. But it's okay, as long as we get our apology from Paul. I want a Paul apology for Christmas. Only one from Tim McVeigh will do. I don't want it all, an apology from Paul. You can go ahead and give Cat Dad the call. Sweet little Paul's fed seem to say, throw cares away. Christmas is here, bringing the cheer. Tim's domino, easily so. This is the song with joyful ring, all caroling. Paul seems to hear this word of fear from everywhere, filled in the air. Oh, what we found, McVeigh was a clown over the hills, they're talking us down. He thought he could sing while people sing songs of good cheer, evidence of shame. Christmas. On how they pretend Paul didn't bomb, kill little kids, hell is his home. On how they pretend Paul didn't bomb, kill little kids, hell is his home. Hark all the Poles, screams of the bills, fair seem to say, throw evidence away. Christmas is here, bringing good cheer. Tim's domino, easily so. Ding dong, ding dong. This is the song with joyful ring. Seems to hear words of good cheer from everywhere, filled in the air. Oh, how they pound, raising the sound over the hill. They're still tugging their tail. Yeah, they ring while still people sing songs of good cheer. Christmas is here. Merry, 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 merry promise. Merry, 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 merry broken promise. On how they say, we shall be true, 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 trying to call through the wind. For the balls and dabs, and we trust Paul as far as I can buzzball, and that's like using the FBI just a trust fall. Hark all the bells, sweet little Paul's fed seem to say, throw cares away. Christmas is here, bringing the cheer. Tears domino, easily so. Ding dong, ding dong. This is a song with joyful ring. Paul can't believe Paul seems to hear this will be fun. All people say songs of good cheer, evidence is here. What are you doing in the North Pole wearing jean shorts? You're gonna freeze your freaking nuts off.
Alright, here we go, boys.
I
Just gotta
hate
get the
this
bong.
bitch.
Nah, you don't gotta be like that. It's
No,
not
I'm
funny.
serious though.
Everybody got aunts that say stuff that they don't mean.
Yeah, but did your aunt do 9/11?
Caught her in bed with the feds, all mumbling embarrassed, like, whoa, you and Paul shouldn't be cuddling before marriage. Aunt Deborah, don't you know that's how you catch a disease? How dare this woman never practice what she preached? First to throw stones and first to have a glass in reach. It's like she's trying to find herself inside every shattered piece. More plastic surgery ate your real face. Brazilian booty lift, little Debbie, that cake ain't your real cake. You stupid bitch, couldn't even be bothered to even bless me with cousins. Husband left like the lasagna you left in the oven. We all have that one aunt that we all avoid. Always got you clothes when you really just wanted toys. Are you ready, Debbie, Debbie, Debbie Downer? She'll come bringing negativity to every town. Fuck your casseroles, only sheep eat that shepherd's pie. Always an asshole, probably cause you're dead inside. You pray to a lizard god and wonder why life's dark and scary. Celebrating Valentine's Day alone
Should be called Debuary.
It's ironic that my aunt
What
acts
up,
just
boys?
like an insect, ready to fuck
Let's
up any
get it.
recipe that peaks her Pinterest. Fall from the moon, and then I'll be here to add salt to the wound. She be yelling, get in the car, while I was into some cartoons. Her handler left, when she bit more than the hand that fed. Aunt Deb, not a beautiful flower, she a planted fed. Time to turn that face Santa red. She knows like a man that did. This Westworld robot probably couldn't even plan ahead. I am on edge, cause my own family backstabbing. But her paper bag face prepared me for future black bagging. Won't even act sad it. Probably blame me for the fact that happened. I should've just let her get back to the classics of Imagine Dragons. I can't even believe I thought Aunt Deb was a decent lady. FBI and CIA fighting over who gets to keep the baby. Depart from me, you really don't know me, ma'am. I bet Paul's the only one to subscribe to
Deb's lonely OnlyFans.
Type of heaven to camp. She tried to get in but can't. No forgiveness. Everybody give a hand for miss. I don't give a damn. When she talks, it's like
Hot girls for Zohran.
But I'm not even kidding when I'm admitting that they 9/11 my aunt.
Ooh.
Bro, I'm serious though. Next time I go over to her house, I'm not even taking my shoes off when I walk in that shit.
All right, boys, welcome to the show. Wanna check out Bunny's new track? Here we go. Oh shit, boys.
They call us the welfare class.
Oh shit.
Nah. The only people living off the system are the ones who claim they own it.
Them
Call
parasites.
us lazy, nah. We keep the lights on. They skim well from the grind. Our lives depend on. Passive income means I get rich while you bleed. A billionaire's hobby is a working man's need. Cucks don't hustle. They hover where the profit gets made. Feeding off the working class like a corporate plague. We break backs, they buy rules. Call it market mobility. The people fund the lifestyles. Fucking welfare royalties.
You're on welfare. Quietly. We hustle, bleed, struggle. You leech off society. You ain't shit. You're on welfare. Quietly. We hustle, bleed, struggle. You leech off society. Hey, rich. You're on welfare. Quietly.
Yeah, rich
Bleed,
people
struggle.
welfare.
You leech off society. You ain't shit. You're on welfare. Quietly. We hustle, bleed, struggle. You leech off society.
That elite is subsidized. The legal parasite. Riding tax
What
right up
up,
while we
boys?
trade our daylight for a bite.
33
Working
in the
overtime,
chat.
full grind, bones cracking, ownership.
Freemasons
create
for
value
life.
Only in dividend stacking. Cucks don't innovate, they auction off the labor of the subjugated. Call it ownership, but we know theft when we fucking lived it. We hustle just to breathe, but ain't hard what we need. You ain't a fucking king, you just a shit-filled leech. You privileged profit, socialized losses. We pay when you fuck up, you win when the cost hits. Call us welfare class, bruh. Look in the mirror, we fund your whole cuck lifestyle. Let me make that clearer. Our labor equals revenue, your decadence equals death. You get rich doing nothing, we get changed for doing our best. The only reason you're up there is because we're down here. And the day we stop buying your lies, you fucking disappear.
You're on welfare. Quietly. We hustle, please struggle. You leech off society. Ain't shit. You're on welfare. Quietly. We hustle, please struggle. You leech off society. Ain't rich. You're on welfare. Quietly. We hustle, please struggle. You leech off society. Ain't shit. You're on welfare. Quietly. We hustle, please struggle. You leech off society.
They don't fear the poor, they fear the educated. Because once we understand the math behind oppression, no, the throne collapses. Just like daddy's investment portfolio. Every bailout, tax cut, and pedophile cover-up would feed every family, pay the doctors, and still have surplus. We ain't powerless.
We await. And the worst nightmares with the
I like this part.
The ruling cucks is a working class that actually understand economics.
Bitch. Nice. Good work, Bun Bun. Let's go. AI brethren. Bum, 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 doo. Love it. Great work, dudes. How's everybody doing? What are y'all up to? Sorry, bear with me a minute. I'm recharging my mouse. You know, the bane of my fucking existence. The magic mouse. The thing that doesn't tell you it needs to be recharged until it's got like 3%. Dummy. What the frick is up, boys? Did y'all have fun? Dude, we take one day off, Dick Cheney dies. I mean, geez Louise, right? What a world. What a freaking world. Whoever did the call out for Feral the Worm, thank you. Yeah, who was that? Was it Milo? I think Milo. What the frick's up, boys? All right, here, let's get into the shit. Did anything happen yesterday? Nope, just did my 500th frickin' yoga class. Today we're on 502. Let's go. Let's frickin' go, boys. Feeling strong, feeling good, breathing big prana, boys. We're pushing prana. Pushing chi. Hope y'all are pushing chi as well. Getting chi'd out. Taking them big old breaths. What else? I think that's about it. It was pretty nice today and yesterday. Weather's a little chilly, but it's been nice. Sunny. You know, the little bit that they allow us. Dude, I saw this yesterday. Someone said, find me a picture of Christopher Columbus's ship without the Freemason fucking logo on it. Or the, what is it? What's the Red Cross? Well, the Red Cross, right? Is the Rothschild thing a red X? I mean, Knights Templar, that's what this is. Right? Christopher Columbus wasn't Spanish, dude. He was a Knights Templar, wasn't he? Did all the Knights Templar take on the fake Zionist Jewish religion? Is that what happened? Because I also heard that Christopher Columbus was Jewish and that he was expelled on the same day or the day after or whatever. But this is Knights Templar, right? Look, every depiction of his ship is a Knights Templar fucking flag. What the fuck is up with that? That's not the Spanish flag, dude. What is going on? Now I'm fucking pissed, okay? Now I'm fucking pissed. Okay, it's not red, but it has a heart, a rose in the middle. What about... Okay, don't like that. Don't like any of this. Okay, at least their thing is not a red X. The red and X's. What is that from? The red and X's. The red and X's. Is that from anything? Did I just make that up? No. Okay, so Switzerland, the Red Cross, the Knights Templar, and Christopher Columbus all have the same logo. They're all working for the same brand, guys. It's literally Masons all the way up and back. This motherfucker is a fucking mate. He was a Freemason. Oh my God. It's right in front of our faces, boys. 1492 sailed the ocean for the did I say Rosicrucians? For the fucking Knights Templar. Ugh! Yeah, they're the Crusaders. Oh, fuck! Look, this is the Crusades flag. This shit has so many red X's, I'm losing my mind. Christopher Columbus was a crusader. This is a good video. I'll have to make this later, right? Dude, their symbolism will be their downfall. Who else? This is so obvious. Yeah, I heard that we had a big ol' X-class flare or whatever yesterday. For like 70 minutes or something. The Templars, Red Cross, Red Shield. Dude, I'm so done with them. These fucking Templars, dude. I'm so over them. Yeah, Zohran is a cuck in sheep's clothing. If you voted for him, you were asleep at the whee! Who are you fucking talking to me, Bradley? Guess what? I didn't vote, because it's a sham. Yeah, Zohran Mamdani is a CIA asset. And that bitch is going to disappoint everyone. And they're all going to be like, oh, it doesn't matter. They're still going to be like, I love him. He's the best. Best ever. He's not going to do shit. Kathy Hochul endorsed him. Goofballs. This dude is a wolf in sheep's clothing, just like AOC. Just like Christopher Columbus. Squeaks! The Crusades in 5 minutes. Let's hear it. Look! The flags, I saw it.
The Crusades were military campaigns waged by Western European Christians during the Middle Ages for the defense and expansion.
Dude, what the fuck have we been saying? The Crusades never ended. We win yet again. Ooh! Dude, Nazis are just crusaders. It's all just a crusade. They're crusading us. I'm so done with this shit, bro. These guys fucking suck. They fucking suck. I love solar turbulence, Skitter. Makes me feel like I'm vibrating. Yeah, me too. Zap us, dude. EMP us. Sun goddess. What is it? Ra? Yeah, Ra. Fucking scorch us. Come on. The Red Nexus. Oh, yeah. The Red Nexus is from The Whitest Kids You Know. Civil War on Drugs. That's right. Dude, I wish we could watch that right now. But you can't watch any Whitest Kids You Know. Otherwise, you get your stream in trouble. Dude, that one is so funny. What did he say? What if we put a woman on it with some... I forget what he says. Big round bosoms. Yeah, who would you have voted for, Bradley? Honestly, if I voted, I probably would have voted for Curtis Sliwa, but I'm just kidding though. Dude, I would bet at this point that he is the Gambino crime family's entry into this year's mayoral race. Then we've got Cuomo is the straight up mob too. He's mob for sure, dude. And then Zohran is just CIA. It's just part of the CIA takeover of America. I mean, they've already controlled everything, but I feel like they're really like, they used to be a little more loosey-goosey with it, but now it's like they've got their snipers. They've got people like AOC who will do everything that they want them to do, which is nothing. Not even use her fucking voice. Not even speak real truth with her fucking voice, because she's a puppet, just like Zohran's about to be. Zohran's like, I'm keeping Jessica Tisch, the police commissioner. This one. Look at her. I'm sorry, but Zionists, we can body shame in any way. I don't care. If you're a Zionist, you get body shamed. Dude, look at, it's either the biggest chins, right? Or no chin. Yo! Bro, you gotta get this off the fucking internet, Jessica. Whoa! Fuck! Is this AI? Is someone goofing? Is this like the JD Vance meme? No, this is real? Bro, they're trolling. Y'all gotta stop. Dude, this is with the mayor. This is with Eric Adams. She is trolling us. There's no way that's her normal face. Yo, Jessica, calm the fuck down, bro. Anyway, brother. God save her soul, bro. Obviously, God hates her. How much booch am I on? None yet. Why? What am I doing? I didn't even burp either. The red cross you see on many depictions of Columbus's ships is the cross of the Order of Christ, a Portuguese successor to the Knights Templar. So it's Knights Templar. Dude, I'm sick of this. After the Templars were suppressed, Portugal refused to destroy them. King Dinis of Portugal reorganized the remaining Templars into a new name, Order of Christ. Yeah, dude, that's what we fucking intuited a year ago. We were like, bro, these Catholic bitches are saying they did the same thing that we claim we did to the Nazis. They said, don't worry, we held a trial and we killed everyone. They're all gone. And then we just folded them into the rest of the world and scattered them into the wind. Dude, JFK wanted to scatter the CIA break it into a million pieces and scatter it to the wind, but they did that to themselves. And dude, it's not working out for us. They've got their tendrils everywhere. Curtis I think he has 17 cats. Yeah. Oh, someone corrected you. That's so funny. Oh no, never mind. You said that after. I know, that's what I'm saying, dude. I didn't hear Mamdani say a fucking peep about any cat, so we got to go with what we know. I'm so mean. Ray, are you for real? Being mean to Jessica Tisch? This chinless fucking demon? No way, dude. It's okay. You can body shame. You can shame the fuck out of any Zionist, especially a parasite Zionist. She's a Habsburg, and she didn't even get the big chin. Dude, she should be mad at her family, not me. Sorry. All right, here we go. Crusades in 5 minutes.
Of Christendom. What made a crusade distinct was that warriors involved in the fighting received spiritual merit, usually a plenary indulgence granted by the Pope. A crusade was considered by Western European Christians to be a holy act, an act of sacrifice and piety for the love of Christ. 4 centuries before the beginning of the Crusades, the first Muslim army swept.
This should have been episode 322. Did I mess the numbers up? Why? Really? Hold on. We gotta get to the bottom of this, boys. This is very important business. Okay? Our numbering system is crucial. Okay, 319, 320, 321, 322, 323. What the fuck do you mean? Scorper. What? Did I fuck the numbers up back more? No way. I have a foolproof system. She got hit with the ugly stick. Bro, that is cruel, J-Love. How dare you? She needs a little neck surgery or maybe wear a scarf. Bro, Ray, you're cruel. That's cruel. Yeah, Jessica was boofing before that picture. Anyone listen to Fed Mindy? I follow her on Instagram. Sometimes she's wild, but sometimes she's spot on. Now we'll just have to make tomorrow's 322 for the lore. I think it's right. Yeah, I do think it's right. I don't trust any of them. They're members of the fraternal police order. Yeah, and also she's a cop. She's a cop. You can body shame all cops and all Zionists. Sorry, them's the rules. She was definitely uppercutted coming out of the womb. Bro, diabolical. Bro, you better watch out. I hope you're not in New York City. Hey, Jessica, I don't condone any of that, okay? I think you're beautiful. For a Habsburg. It's okay to be ugly. No, ugly's cool if you're not Jessica Tish. But you can just tell that her soul is transforming her body. She has a darkness about her. Yeah, tomorrow we're going to make episode, it's going to be 322. We're going to start counting down. All right, maybe we shouldn't make fun of Jessica Tish's chinless fucking thin lips, translucent skin. Dude, I bet she talks stupid as fuck too. Hold on, let's find out. That's another thing we're not supposed to make fun of, but she is a cop, so. Dude, I bet she's got the worst voice, right? Okay, here we go.
Jessica Tish has already changed the lives of the men and women who work for the NYPD.
Bro, jump scare. Holy shit, I'm sorry. I didn't warn anyone.
Jessica Tish has already changed the lives of the men and women who work for the NYPD.
Only a face a cop could love. Glenn Beck is speaking out against food stamps with his Mormon money? What do you mean? He's... What's he doing?
Women who work for the NYPD. She did it when she was a deputy commissioner. Now that she's the big boss, well, the sky's the limit. So you're taking over the department at a kind of a time of turmoil. You're the fourth person to hold the job. I wonder what your first priority is. What's the first thing you want to do?
You know, I think I was brought in to be a stabilizing force.
You know what? Honestly, the voice not matching the rest of it, but voice is all right. Wasn't expecting that. I thought it was going to be so bad, right? She gives that aura. Anyway. I'm just kidding, Jessica. We love you. We love your chin. We love your Uncle Paul's chin, too. That was mean. We shouldn't have made fun of your appearance. But you are a fucking cuck and a lizard, and, you know, you can get fucked, so. We love you, though. You should quit your job. And you should run away. Go back to Connecticut or wherever. Be fair, Cat Dad. She has like 1/4 of a chin. Never mind. That's just the lighting. She needs a little bit of makeup, maybe some mascara or something. Jessica, are you tired? We kid, boys. We joke. All jokes. We love Jessica. We don't want the NYPD stopping by. It's all goofy jokies. Okay? Okay, leave us be. It's just us and the kitties hanging out, okay? Making little jokies on the internet. So don't get too mad, Jessica. Dude, you guys know Jessica Tish and the NYPD has it out for fucking, what's his face? Comrade. What is it? He's in Brooklyn, too. He makes like streetwear and stuff. I think he's an artist, and then he made these like 52 cards of billionaires that need to kick rocks, and the fucking NYPD came to his house and shit, and then they also stole his cards, and he also got banned from like everything. He's not allowed to sell his shirts anymore. Isn't that crazy? All right, Crusades. Back at it, boys. Come on, we gotta learn.
Out of Arabia to conquer Palestine, Syria, Mesopotamia, Egypt, North Africa,
They've been trying since the beginning, bro.
and Spain, some 2/3 of the Christian world. Between the 7th and 11th centuries, Christians fought wars against Muslims to prevent them from making further conquests into Christian territory, or to reconquer what had already been captured. In Spain, Christian kingdoms waged wars to recapture their homeland from the Arabs, while the Byzantine Empire in the east was engaged in centuries of war with the Muslims for control of Anatolia and other regions. In the 11th century, the Seljuk...
Black Death said Grimace from McDonald's has a better jawline. Bro, you better watch out. The NYPD is coming. Coming to Michigan. They genetically modified the chin gene and accidentally turned it down. Her and Paul would make kids with normal-sized chins. You're not ugly, your breath just stinks. Exactly.
Turks, recent converts to Islam, swept through Syria and Palestine. In 1071, they defeated the Byzantines at the Battle of Manzikert, conquering almost all of Anatolia. In response, Pope Urban II called the First Crusade, asking knights from all over Europe to band together and push back the Seljuks. Over the 12th and 13th centuries,
Sorry, Twyla, didn't mean to jump scare you with with Jessica Tish. I honestly did it to myself too. I'm sorry.
the popes called more crusades to the Holy Land and also called for crusades in Spain to help push back the Muslim powers. Crusades against Muslims were not called with the intention of converting them to Christianity. Rather, they were called to regain control of territory that had been previously Christian but had fallen to Muslim armies.
Yeah, boys, like the live stream if you like the live stream. You don't have to if you don't want to, though.
Jerusalem had been conquered by the Muslims in 637 and was considered particularly important to Western Christians since it was the site of Christ's crucifixion. Indeed, Jerusalem...
Bro, I think it was honestly more than that. I think they were, like, talking about giving him, like, a terrorism charge or something. Because they were acting like he was, like, putting out a hit on them. I remember. It was after Luigi shot that CEO, he put a bunch of other CEOs on cards, and he didn't put, it was kind of like the, was it Bush who did it? With all of the fucking ISIS members or whatever, where I'm pretty sure he did put targets on all their heads, but, what is his name? Comrade Workwear. I think it's Comrade Workwear. Is that it? But, he just put CEOs on cards and then put little, data, like, specs about them that are like, they made this much, they got this much of a bonus. they fired this many people. They raised price or whatever, you know. Yeah, they got mad. He made cards of people who should kick rocks, yeah. I think some Templars hid under the cover of the Crusades for their own stealing of sacred artifacts worldwide, which they spent centuries doing, as well as whatever the Catholics were doing. Yeah. And then also the Knights Templar became the pirates, right? They're just always running around stealing. They're just stealers. I heard these people are only looking out for our best interests. It's not like they want to take over the world or anything.
Jerusalem was revered as the holiest site in the Christian cosmos, and it was particularly important to Western Europeans that it be brought again under Christian rule. When in the 11th century, news arrived that Christian pilgrims traveling to Jerusalem were being harassed and killed by the Seljuk Turks, this fact alone inspired many knights to join the First Crusade. Although the Crusades were called to reclaim lands, greed was not a primary motivation. Professor Jonathan Riley Smith, the world's foremost expert on Crusades history, has proven that crusading was incredibly dangerous and expensive, and that virtually none of the knights who went could expect to gain wealth. Indeed, they often bankrupted themselves crusading. The primary motivation for crusading was spiritual, with the knights joining because they believed that they were doing God's work by fighting to protect Christian pilgrims and to reclaim.
Well, they were doing the devil's work. That's what I think.
Claim holy sites like Jerusalem, and that involving themselves in a crusade would win them spiritual merit. The Crusades to the Holy Land saw many failures but also many successes. The First Crusade and the Third Crusade, for example, were both very successful, though ultimately later, at the close of the 13th century, the last Crusader holdings in Syria and Palestine would be captured by the Muslim Mamluk Empire. However, the Crusades in Spain achieved lasting victory, with the whole of Spain being ultimately recaptured by the Christians. Later Crusades would also be called against the Ottoman Turks, such as the Crusade of Lepanto in 1571. If you want to learn more about the Crusades, subscribe to this channel, Real Crusades History. We present regular videos and podcasts on the Crusades.
Let's go, boys. Fuck their little fucking
Thanks for watching my new book, Why Does the Heathen Rage? A novel of the Crusades set during the reign of King Baldwin II of Jerusalem, is now available in paperback and Kindle on Amazon.
Let's go. Bro, fuck Christopher Columbus and these fucking Knights Templar. Mushka's going crazy on the purrs right now. Alright, let's watch some dick.
Defending the Iraq War and to the end, he never wavered. Defending the Iraq War and the harsh interrogation tactics that defined his vice presidency, making him a lightning rod for critics, but an icon to conservatives.
Thank you all very much. Knock it off. A welcome like that's almost enough to want to make me run for
Dude, Dick Cheney's got to be Mormon, too.
office again.
Dick Cheney always spoke his mind, justifying interrogation practices later judged to be torture.
They were legal, essential, justified, successful,
God,
and the
he's
right
evil.
thing to do.
In the end, his advice...
Why does he talk like that? His mouth, his lower lips like...
was even rejected by the commander
Dick Cuckney
in chief when George W. Bush fired Cheney's closest ally, Defense Secretary Donald Rumsfeld. It was a turn of events no one would have predicted when Richard Bruce Cheney became the 46th Vice President of the United States.
So help me God.
He had already served as the youngest White House Chief of Staff under Gerald Ford, a powerful congressman from Wyoming, and Secretary of Defense under the first President Bush. Born in Nebraska, Cheney's family moved to Casper, Wyoming when he was a boy.
Nazi
he won a
boy.
scholarship to Yale, but quit, finally graduating from the University of Wyoming and marrying his
he was too stupid to go to Yale.
high school sweetheart, Lynn, a leading conservative author and commentator.
The man I married has a very interesting...
Him and Lynn never, ever screwed, dude. Dick Cheney's got to be gay as fuck, too, right? They all are.
mind. Problems get redefined, and you find yourself thinking about things in new ways.
The Cheneys had 2 daughters. Mary, mother of 2, whose same-sex marriage was strongly supported by her parents well before the Supreme Court weighed in. And Liz, mother of 5 and her father's political heir, elected to Congress from Wyoming just like he was, but incurring the wrath of Donald Trump for standing up against the former president and investigating the January 6th insurrection. In 1989, as the first President Bush's Secretary of Defense, Dick Cheney became known as the cool-handed...
You mean the Secretary of War? Dude, Dick Cheney would have loved being the what is it, the CEO of the Department of War? Man.
Leader of the first Gulf War against Saddam Hussein.
3 o'clock Thursday morning in the Gulf, the armed forces of the United States began an operation at the direction of the president.
During the Clinton years, Cheney made millions as CEO of Halliburton, the Dallas-based oil equipment company, until George W. Bush asked him to lead the search for a running mate in 2000, and Cheney ended up taking the job himself. He quickly became the most visible take-charge vice president in memory, briefing the press, briefing Congress, briefing the president.
The main reason I'm there is to serve him. He needs people around him who care only about his success, who are prepared to give him honest advice.
Dude, it's fucking crazy how much Dick Cheney just kind of steered the ship. The vice president.
and never sugar.
He was the one who was making all of the war decisions.
Coded.
He helped shape a cabinet some said looked more like Cheney's than Bush's, in a White House that for a while appeared to be a co-presidency. Cheney was the prime mover behind the theory, later proven wrong, that Saddam Hussein had weapons of mass destruction.
We know he's been absolutely devoted to trying to acquire nuclear weapons, and we believe he has in fact reconstituted nuclear weapons.
Contrary to CIA reports, Cheney also linked Saddam to al-Qaeda and 9/11 and predicted Iraq would fall quickly.
Things have gotten so bad inside Iraq from the standpoint of the Iraqi people. My belief is we will, in fact, be greeted as liberators.
When the violence escalated into civil war, Cheney was blamed. There were political setbacks, an embarrassing quail hunting accident when he shot and wounded a companion. More seriously, the conviction of his closest aide, Scooter Libby, for lying to a grand jury about the outing of a CIA operative.
And then the guy that Dick Cheney shot apologized to Dick Cheney for getting shot.
Good afternoon. All of you of the media have been very patient and waiting for me to make my appearance here. I hope you understand. I'm sorry I've delayed you, but I know your role is to get the news out to the public. I compliment you on what you've done. I've read and seen many of your reports, and I know your job isn't easy. I regret that I couldn't have been here earlier, so you could see what a lucky person I am. For many years, my family have been friends of the Armstrongs down in Kennedy County. We have visited them for over 25 years and have had some wonderful trips.
Are you talking about the solar storms? Or are you talking about Dick Cheney? When did this happen? Dick Cheney died yesterday.
Visits, pleasant memories that we cherish forever. However, this past weekend encompassed all of us in a cloud of misfortune and sadness that is not easy to explain, especially to those who are not familiar with the great sport of quail hunting. We all assume certain risks in whatever we do, whatever activities we pursue.
He shot this guy, I feel like in like 2008, February 11th, 2006.
And regardless of how experienced, careful, and dedicated we are, accidents do and will happen. And that's what happened last Friday. I am very grateful and want to thank all the people who have remembered me in their prayers and the kindness that I have.
That reminds me, I haven't had any boots yet, but I'm gonna go get some.
That you have extended to my family who's been here this week. My family and I are deeply sorry for all that Vice President Cheney and his family have had to go through this past week. We send our love and respect to them as they deal with situations that are much more serious than what we've had this week. And we hope that he will continue to come to Texas and seek the relaxation that he deserves. I also thank all of you for understanding the best you can.
He said, I'm deeply sorry to Dick Cheney and his family. He has much more important things going on than what was going on here. He's talking about him getting shot in the face with a gun. Dude, this is so funny. Yeah, this hunting accident. Sure.
That medical attention is very important to someone my age. And you haven't failed to give my age. Finally, I want to say there's simply not adequate words to express my gratitude and appreciation to the very talented physicians, medical staff, nurses of this great Christus Spohn Memorial Hospital system here in Corpus Christi and in Kingsville.
Corpus Christi.
They've given me exceptional treatment, care, and compassion, for which I'm very grateful. They are truly remarkable servants.
He says, thank you, Dick Cheney, for shooting me in the face. I appreciate it. Thank you. Much love. Big ups. Love you, my Freemason daddy.
Of God, and I'm extremely blessed.
He's crying
for all they've done. Thank you.
Bitch made old man. What's he crying for, you little crybaby? The dark side. Dick Cheney's legacy from Iraq to U.S. torture program. What? He did torture? Oh my God. All right, I want to watch a smidge of this CIA asset speech.
Thank you, my friends.
Damn, Mamdani did smoke Cuomo. But guys, this dude is not going to hope he changed shit. I just don't see these libtards getting fucking, these libbies getting, you know, like holding him accountable when he does nothing. The subways better be free, dude. We're ripping the fucking turnstiles out on January 1st. Hope you're ready for that, Zohran. You said socialism. Come on, free trains.
The sun may have set over our city this evening, but as Eugene Debs once said, I can see the dawn of a better day for humanity.
Oh, dude, this is going to be Barack Obama 2.0. Bet. They're setting them up. This is their deepest, darkest, undercover fucking... Oh, no, he's born in South Africa, right? Doesn't matter. They'll change the laws by then. Oh, no.
For as long as we can remember, the working people of New York have been told by the wealthy and the well-connected that power does not belong in their hands. Fingers bruised from lifting boxes on the warehouse floor, palms calloused from delivery bike handlebars, knuckles scarred with kitchen burns. These are not hands that have been allowed to hold power. And yet, over the last 12 months, you have dared to reach for something greater.
You're a Nepo baby.
Tonight, against all odds, we have grasped it. The future is in our hands.
Dude, I'm serious. People are fucking whacked out of their minds about Zohran Mamdani the same way they were about Obama. I fucking 100%, dude. You see a false flag looming, Cowboys? I mean, do you think it's going to be the big one, Blue Beam? I'm hoping for that. I mean, it's got to be better and bigger than COVID and 9/11, right? So, did someone say the Antichrist? Oh, no. No, we all know that's Peter Thiel and his AI system and Palantir. But Zohran's a part of the fucking beast system. Dude, seriously, right? Zohran's going to be like, yeah, they're just going to run him. Rules don't matter anymore.
My friends, we have toppled a political dynasty.
I'm confused. Was Eric Adams even running? Did Eric Adams run?
I wish Andrew Cuomo only the best in private life.
Dude, his cadence, it's like whoever trained Obama trained Zohran, right? I guess that's, it doesn't matter that he wasn't born here because Obama wasn't born here either. Show us that birth certificate, Obama.
But let tonight be the final time I utter his name as we turn the page on a politics that abandons the many and answers only to the few.
I'll believe it when I see it.
New York, tonight you have delivered a mandate for change, a mandate for a new kind of politics, a mandate for a city we can afford. And
meaning what? What are you going to do? Is my landlord going to raise my fucking rent $100 like always? Last time was more than that. No, it was. I forget if it was the last time. One of the last few years, they were like, it's $300 more. These fucking people. Right? But he's not going to do shit. I heard that the stuff that he was talking about with rent, he's just talking about locking in buildings that are already rent stabilized. He's not talking about everyone's rent. He's not talking about going after these fucking landlords. These rat fucks. He's literally not talking about free subways. How the fuck you call yourself socialist and you're not talking about free subways? He's like, we're going to open up a fucking city-run grocery store. Probably one. Obama-ish is a good adjective, yeah. How much should I pay here? I don't want to fucking talk about it. What is the term limit for mayor? I forget if it's 4 or more. I feel like it might be a horrifying 6 years. Four years. Never mind.
And a mandate for a government that delivers exactly that. On January 1st, I will be sworn in as the mayor of New York City. So before I say anything else, I must say this. Thank you. Thank you to the next generation of New Yorkers.
And the CIA. Thank the CIA for getting me here.
Who refused to accept that the promise of a better future was a relic of the past. You showed that when politics speaks to you without condescension, we can usher in a new era of leadership. We will fight for you because we are you. Or as we say on Steinway, ana minkum wa ilaykum. Thank you to those so often forgotten by the politics of our city who made this movement their own. I speak of Yemeni bodega
And I will forget you.
owners and Mexican abuelas, Senegalese taxi drivers and Uzbek nurses, Trinidadian line cooks and Ethiopian aunties. Yes, aunties. To every New Yorker in Kensington and Midwood and Hunts Point, know this. This city is your city, and this democracy is yours too.
Yeah, he said he's going to arrest Netanyahu when he comes to New York City. Show me, don't tell me. Yeah. Bro, he just went to the UN thing like, excuse me, a month ago. Did you guys hear that? Sorry. It wasn't me. So, after January 1st, when Nettie Poo comes to New York, if this motherfucker doesn't arrest him, promises, what is it? Promises made, promises kept, bitch. I'm never going to forget that. I'm going to citizens arrest Mamdani if he doesn't arrest Netanyahu.
This campaign is about people like Wesley, an $11.99 organizer I met outside of Elmhurst Hospital on Thursday night. A New Yorker who lives elsewhere, who commutes 2 hours each way.
This is so lame, like old school Obama politics, dude. This is lame.
From Pennsylvania, because rent.
This feel like what he's saying is whatever, it's fine. But his whole Kate, like, none of this feels authentic. I don't know.
Is too expensive in this city.
These people are actors, bro.
It's about people like the woman I met on the BX33 years ago, who said to me, I used to love New York, but now it's just where I live. And it's about people like Richard, the taxi driver I went on a 15-day hunger strike with outside of City Hall, who still has to drive his cab 7 days a week. My brother, we are in City Hall now. This victory is for all of them, and it's for all of you. The more than 100,000 volunteers who built this campaign into an unstoppable force. Because of you, we will make this city one that working people can love and live in again.
Make it happen, bitch. How? You gonna tell these landlords to fucking lower their rents? No.
With every door knocked, every petition signature earned, and every hard-earned conversation, you eroded the cynicism that has come to define our politics. Now I know that I have asked for much from you over this last year. Time and again, you have answered my calls. But I have one final request. New York City, breathe this moment in. We have held...
Don't worry, guys. Don't get mad or rowdy about anything. I'm coming and I'm gonna slowly do nothing. Don't stop protesting. You guys won. You did it. It's all good. See? I don't work for the CIA. I work for you. Please stop whining about Israel. I think Israel has the right to exist. My name is Zohran Mamdani. And I think Israel has the right to defend itself.
our breath for longer than we know.
I believe in a two-state solution.
We have held it in anticipation of defeat. Held it because the air has been knocked out of our lungs too many times to count. Held it because...
I think we need to increase the funding to the IDF defense. It's all for defense, though. Zoran, what? Do you have something in your eye? What do you mean? Zoran, come on now. Are you winking? Are you saying you're going to send money, or that the IDF is going to get defensive funds and use it for offensive purposes? No. But they like money. They need money. 6 months. Watch. Israel has a right to defend itself. 40 beheaded babies. Oh, man. And everyone's going to be like, no, Zoran is real. He did that. He did a rap music video in a halal cart. It reminded me of that time that AOC danced on a rooftop. Remember? These libs, they'll fall for fucking anything, dude.
Because we cannot afford to exhale.
Imagine if these nerds heard Meet the Liebies or Meet the Weinbachers. I'd become God Emperor. According to these libs. No, they wouldn't like either of them.
Thanks to all of those who sacrificed so much.
I definitely can rap better than Zohran Mamdani, though. For sure. That's objectively true.
We are breathing in the air of a city that has been reborn. To my campaign team, who believed when no one else did, and who took an electoral project and turned it into so much more, I will never be able to express the depth of my gratitude. You can sleep now. To my parents.
Dude, what did Sliwa get? He only got 145,000. He got 7% of the vote. Man, that's not fair, dude. Was Eric Adams running? No, right? No, he could probably only run twice. Maybe not, though. I don't know.
Mama and Baba, you have made me into the man I am today. I am so proud to be your son. And to my incredible wife, Rama, Hayati, there is no one I would rather have by my side in this moment and in every moment. To every New Yorker, whether you voted for me, for one of my opponents, or felt too disappointed by politics to vote at all, thank you for...
Yeah, he literally said, you can sleep now. Exactly. Go back to sleep. Shh. Everything's fine. Zoran's got it, guys. He has your best interest in heart, and you know that because Kathy Hochul endorsed him.
The opportunity to prove myself worthy of your trust. I will wake each morning with a singular purpose: to make this city better for you than it was the day before. There are many who thought this day would never come, who feared that we would be condemned only to a future of less, with every election consigning us simply to more of the same. And there are others who see politics today as too cruel for the flame of hope to still burn. New York.
He's about to say hope and change. Watch, watch, watch.
We have answered those fears. Tonight we have...
What the fuck?
...spoken cruel for the flame of hope to still burn. New York, we have answered those fears. Tonight we have spoken in a clear voice. Hope is alive. Hope is a decision that tens of thousands of New Yorkers made day after day. Volunteer shift after volunteer shift, despite attack ad after attack ad. More than 1 million of us stood in our churches, in gymnasiums, in community centers, as we filled in the ledger of democracy. And while we cast our ballots alone, we chose hope together. Hope over tyranny. Hope over big money and small ideas. Hope over despair.
Dude, the CIA literally said we gotta roll out the Barack Hussein Obama special. He's about to drop a hard change. Here it comes.
We won because New Yorkers allowed themselves to hope that the impossible could be made possible. And we won because we insisted that no longer would politics be something that is done to us. Now it is something that we do. Standing before you, I think of the words of Jawaharlal Nehru.
Do you think that Zohran, he won't be caught dead in public ever again, right? That was all just for the campaign. We'll see.
A moment comes but rarely in history when we step out from the old to the new, when an age ends and when the soul of a nation long suppressed finds utterance. Tonight we have stepped out from the old into the new.
And also, dude, like, I don't know, like, there's no real, like, what are you going to do? I'm glad you think you're going to stick up for all the working class people, but how? What are you going to do? Nothing. Nothing is going to fucking change, dude. This is the Democrat way.
Let us speak now with clarity and conviction that cannot be misunderstood.
And honestly, he's probably most likely going to become the scapegoat because there's going to be a rash of fucking anti-Semitic attacks and shit or something horrible, right?
Understood about what this new age will deliver and for whom. This will be an age where New Yorkers expect from their leaders a bold vision of what we will achieve, rather than a list of excuses for what we are too timid to attempt. Central to that vision will be the most ambitious agenda to tackle the cost of living crisis that this city has seen since the days of Fiorella LaGuardia. An agenda that will freeze the rents for more than 2 million rent-stabilized tenants. Make buses fast and free.
Oh, so the buses are going to be free, but not the fucking train? This dude is a cuck, dude.
And deliver universal...
Dude, that is something that on day one, if that ain't happening, it'll never happen. There's no way. But also, it's like, if the bus is free, why isn't the fucking train free, bitch? They've collected enough fares. They've never fixed anything on that fucking subway system.
Childcare across our city.
The bus is actually kind of tight. Because there's a lot of spots that the subways don't totally hit. But they're also everywhere. They're actually pretty convenient. But yeah, I mean, they should be free for sure. But also, the whole motherfucker should be free. All of it.
Years from now, may our only regret be that this day took so long to come. This new age will be one of relentless improvement. We will hire thousands more teachers.
He said there's going to be a rent freeze on rent-stabilized apartments. They're already rent-stabilized.
We will cut waste.
It's like you got to win the fucking lottery to get one of those anyway. You know, I'm just saying it's a small proportion of the people renting in New York. It's just like a little part of it.
From a bloated bureaucracy. We will work tirelessly to make lights shine again in the hallways of NYCHA developments where they have long flickered. Safety and justice will go hand in hand as we work with police officers to reduce crime and create a department of community safety that tackles the mental health crisis and homelessness crises head on. Excellence will become the expectation across government, not the exception. In this new age we make for ourselves, we will refuse to allow those who traffic in division and hate to pit us against one another. In this moment of political darkness,
Israel has the right to defend itself.
New York will be the light. Here, we believe in standing up for those we love. Whether you are an immigrant, a member of the trans community.
What do you mean, Bradley? The subway was free for the motherfuckers who stole it. The ones who are selling it back to us. That was free for them. They just took it.
One of the many black women that Donald Trump has fired from a federal job. A single mom still waiting for the cost of groceries to go down. Or anyone else with their back against the wall. Your struggle is ours too. And we will build a city hall that stands steadfast alongside Jewish New Yorkers and does not waver in the fight against the scourge of anti-Semitism. Where the more than 1 million Muslims know that they belong. Not just in the 5 boroughs of this city, but in the halls of power. No more will New York be a city where you can traffic in Islamophobia and win an election. This new age will be defined by a competence and a compassion that have too long been placed at odds with one another. We will prove that there is no problem too large for government to solve and no concern too small for it to care about. For years, those in City Hall have only helped those who can help them. But on January 1st, we will usher in a city government that helps everyone. Now, I know that many have heard our message only through the prism of misinformation. Tens of millions of dollars have been spent to redefine reality and to convince our neighbors that this new age is something that should frighten them.
Yeah, dude, Zohran set his ChatGPT to Obama speechwriter mode for this. He kind of has a big forehead. I know, dude. It's that Habsburg shit popping out.
As has so often occurred, the billionaire class has sought to convince those making $30 an hour that their enemies are those earning $20 an hour. They want the people to fight them.
Anyway, this sucks. I'm over it.
Bonnie, congratulations. Thanks.
Dude, he's not...
for coming in.
Thank you very much for having me.
You broke a lot of new ground.
Like, you can tell that he's been told, smile, like, no, higher. Smile the whole time. I just want a real person. Ever.
Last night, first Muslim mayor of New York, first Democratic Socialist, first mayor to win more than 1 million votes in, 3 decades, youngest mayor in more than a century. So what is the message and the mandate behind that?
Oh, Hassan is so bricked up over the election. He was here. I think he still is.
The message is about transforming the most expensive city in the United States of America into one that's affordable for each and every New Yorker. And
yeah, don't get me wrong. I honestly do prefer this because there's at least going to be some sort of like decorum. Maybe he'll do maybe he will do something. I want him to do something. I'm just being salty because based on patterns and the past, I will be sorely disappointed if I put any fucking faith into this guy. He was endorsed by Kathy Hochul, you know. But yeah, I mean, don't get me wrong. I would rather this happen. I don't want to be a part of it. I'm done giving my consent to this shit. But you know, hopefully there's a couple less fucking National Guard. But are they going to go away? Fuck no. Is ICE going to go away? No. Now, for sure, Trump's just going to be sending people here just to fuck with him.
New Yorkers across the 5 boroughs gave us last night was a mandate to pursue the most ambitious affordability agenda the city has seen since the days of Fiorello LaGuardia, and it's time that we start to deliver it.
Well, let's dig into that, because you're talking about a rent freeze, you're talking about free buses, you're talking about free childcare. Can you do that without raising taxes?
I think you can do that, and I think you have to raise taxes on the top 1% of New Yorkers who make more than $1 million a year, and you do that by raising taxes by them 2%. And then you also
he does look like a Just for Men model.
It's the corporate tax of New York State to match that of New Jersey. So that takes us from about 7.25 to about 11.5%, which is what we see in New Jersey. These things together raise about $9 billion, which more than pays for our economic agenda and also starts to Trump-proof our city.
But are you worried that could drive a lot of job creators out of New York?
So what I've heard from a number of business leaders is that the affordability crisis is also affecting their ability to attract and retain talent. The city's inability to provide child care means that businesses often have to provide stipends for that child care. Right now, the absence of universal child care means that if
what business is giving a stipend for childcare? Shut the fuck up. What are you talking about?
family will pay around $22,500 a year, which is more money than many of them would spend if they sent that same kid to college 18 years later. And it is time for city government to actually step up to the responsibility that it has.
Not just the city
like,
government.
for real, though, like, also, the thing that skeeves me out the most about him, who the fuck heard about this guy before 6 months ago? Who? Okay, maybe it was like, when did he pop up? Was it a year ago? He literally came out of nowhere. Within days, everyone knew him. Hassan's talking about him. Adam Friedlander's talking about him. Or Adam Friedland. The fucking Chapo Trap House boys are talking about him. Fucking TrueAnon's talking about him. All at the same time. I never heard of this fucking guy. I'm hearing about him from you idiots. I don't know. Comes out of nowhere. Never fucking heard of him. He literally had a South African accent 5 years ago. That doesn't make anyone go, what the fuck? Who is this guy? Everyone's just like, Obama! We loved Obama! This is literally Obama again. I'm not falling for Obama ever again. You hope he changed my ass into being a fucking little rascal.
That kind of a tax increase is going to require the state as well, including the governor, Kathy Hochul. Is she on board?
You know, I'm proud to have Governor Kathy Hochul's endorsement.
As a socialist? What are you talking about? You're a socialist and you're proud to have Kathy Hochul's endorsement? Dude, if Kathy Hochul tried to endorse me, I'd go, fuck you. I reject it. Get out of here. You fucking vampire. What? Mind your business. No one's asking for your help. Yeah, she's a fucking rhino. Wait, isn't she is she Republican? I thought she was Democrat who acts like a Republican.
And the endorsement of our agenda, specifically universal child care. And I've said time and again, I think these are the two most direct and straightforward ways to raise this revenue. If there are other ways to raise this funds, the most important thing is that we actually fund this agenda.
You said that
she's a Democrat.
President Trump was watching you last night. It appears that he was watching you. And it also appears that he and other Republicans are trying to make you the poster boy of the Democratic Party. Mike Johnson, the Speaker of the House, calls you a true extremist and a Marxist. And he says now every House Democrat in Congress
I wish, bro.
and candidate will co-own Mamdani's disastrous record in the 2026 midterms. How do you respond to that?
Well, I'm looking forward to showing the power of an example here in New York City, an example of what it means to not just diagnose the despair in working people's lives as the cost of living crisis, but to deliver on it. And that's the contrast between myself and President Trump. He's someone who ran an entire presidential campaign on the promise of cheaper groceries and is now, as the president, making it harder for Americans to afford those groceries by cutting SNAP benefits.
You worried he's going to crack down on New York City, maybe even do what he's done and tried to do in Portland and other cities, call the National Guard in?
You know, I think that his threats are inevitable. I also know that it's time we actually call this for what it is. This has nothing to do with safety. It has to do with intimidation. If it was safety, President Trump would be threatening to deploy the National Guard to the top 10 states of crime, 8 out of which are all Republican-led, but because of that party, he won't actually be doing so.
So you say you won't be intimidated. How do you stand up to it?
I think there's a number of ways. The first thing is you actually utilize the courts. You stop treating things as being law.
Yeah, dude, I want to see Zohran Mamdani's fucking work history. He was the music supervisor of a Disney movie that his mommy got him the job for when he was like 22, and now he's the mayor of New York. He did one of those fake, like, fucking, I don't know, what is it, where you, like, work for a congressperson or some shit. He did some stint in politics for, like, a couple years, and now he's the mayor.
Just by virtue of the fact that President Trump is saying them. You can look at the example of California, where you find the Attorney General, the Governor, and the Mayor of LA coming together, filing a lawsuit in opposition to the deployment of the National Guard. A federal judge found in their favor, and the Attorney General estimated that for every dollar they spent, they recovered more than $30,000 in funds that would have otherwise been seized by the federal government.
How about crime? Have you convinced Commissioner Tisch to stay on the police commissioner?
You know, I've made my decision to retain Commissioner Tisch, and I've done so because Eric Adams had stacked the upper echelons of the NYPD with incompetence and corruption. She came in, started to tackle that, deliver accountability, and reduce crime across the 5 boroughs. That is what we would build upon under a Mamdani administration, in addition to creating a Department of Community Safety to tackle the mental health and homelessness crisis head on.
You've made your decision. Has she made hers?
I am looking forward to continue to having conversations with her and to assembling a government of the best and the brightest to deliver on this agenda.
You know, last night you also said you wanted to reach out to New Yorkers who didn't vote for you. Probably highest on that list is Jewish New Yorkers. It looks like there was about a 30-point gap, according to the exit polls, between you and former Governor Cuomo. How do you...
Yeah, he's a professional talker. You can tell by the way he professionally talks.
Convince those voters that your vision of New York...
This dude couldn't answer a fucking off-the-cuff question. Oh, maybe he can, but his whole thing is put on. I don't like it.
...includes them, and your victory is not a threat to them.
You know, I was on the M57 not too long ago, which is the slowest bus in New York City, 4.9 miles an hour, and I was seated next to a woman who introduced herself to me as a speech therapist. And she told me that she was Jewish, and she said that her daughter is a huge fan in phone banks from college, and that she wasn't so sure. And I asked her to share, and she shared her thoughts about what it also means to be Jewish in New York City today, and the scourge of anti-Semitism that often worries her, that she was trying to sell her apartment. A realtor told her
Oh, yeah, dude, he got all of these questions he got fucking days before this interview. This is all fucking pre-planned.
Put away, in her words, the Jewish books on her bookshelf.
ChatGPT wrote this story.
And I told her that this was unacceptable, that we were fighting for a city that didn't just protect Jewish New Yorkers, but celebrated and cherished those same New Yorkers. And I'm looking forward to being the mayor for every single person that calls the city home, and showing that my job is not to remake City Hall in my image, but rather in the image of struggling New Yorkers. And that means New Yorkers will find themselves and their struggles in people who have decision-making power across my administration.
You said a lot of that during the campaign, but it didn't seem to work with this group of voters. What more can you do now?
Well, I think there are a lot of voters for whom the trust comes from the actions that you actually take. Many have have understandably been disappointed by politics and the promises that have been made by many before me. Now my opportunity is actually to deliver as the next mayor of the city.
I was struck.
Bro, I have my fingers so crossed that he's going to do something. I want him to. He's not going to. I will be flabbergasted. Flabbergasted. Sophia, their campaign promises are always bullshit, yet everyone keeps voting like any of it means anything. He should do a podcast on the Broadway double-decker bus. Probably will. He's going to be on Jimmy Fallon. Oh my God, can you imagine the Jimmy Fallon? He kind of does look like Jimmy Fallon, right? That'll be a funny interview. Dude, they are going to push him as next president. They're going to be like, guys, we got to change the rules so that a non-American can be president. Come on. Let's just let South Africans do it so Peter Thiel and Elon Musk can be president after him. Okay? That's a good play. Ooh, that's a great play, right? Let's make an exception. South Africans, they can become president of America. Then, boom. Elon Musk officially gets to be president, and Peter Thiel becomes president. No, Peter would want to be the Cheney. Oh yeah, today's the 5th of November. I should watch V for Vendetta tonight when I'm falling asleep on the couch. Do you think he goes home, loosens his tie, takes a deep breath, and starts speaking Afrikaans? Yeah, dude, for sure. He's saying all this, but then also saying he is pro-Zio. I know. We know where the campaign budget came from, so don't be tricked. Yep. He's like, yeah, Israel is fine. We just got to get rid of Netanyahu. I'm sorry? What are you talking about? He says, Israel has a right to defend itself.
By a tweet that came out last night on X from Bill Ackman, who was one of your biggest opponents in the campaign. Billionaire, spent a lot of money.
Bill Ackman? That dude is literally the biggest Zionist.
Trying to defeat you, but he did
all over the Jeffrey Epstein files.
Congratulate you and say he wants you to call on him to help New York. What are you going to call him?
He's like, come get on my PJ. Come get on my private jet. Come on, I want to take you to the fucking Caribbean. You ever been to, where is it? Jamaica? Or the Virgin Islands? Is that why they're called the Virgin Islands?
On him to do.
Well, I appreciated his words, and I think what I find is that there is a needed commitment from leaders of the city to speak and work with anyone who is committed to lowering the cost of living.
Yeah. Including Zionist Bill Ackman, who's going to take me to Epstein Island. I mean, Peter Thiel Island.
Living in the city, and that's something that I will fulfill.
Thanks for coming in this morning.
Thank you so much.
Oh, I see. He'll watch V for Vendetta, but not Akira. Of course, LMAO. Not mad before you think I am, Cat Dad. Just teasing. I know. Valid point. Stay out of it. Butt out of this, Mac. This has nothing to do with you. Oh, God.
At the celebration, I had a chance to
Hold on. I just want to see what AOCIA had to say.
briefly speak with Democratic Congresswoman Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez of New York.
The new mayor of New York City, the first Muslim mayor of New York. Your thoughts?
Dude, AOC has that same fucking MK Ultra. I'm trapped in my body smile, you know?
I mean, Zohran Mamdani, of course, a historic candidate, a tremendous moment for the people of New York. We showed that we're not going to be bullied. We're not
Oh, God, there's Walter Masterson right here. You see him?
going to be intimidated. We're going to fight for working families. We're going to stand with immigrants. We're going to stand with the diversity of this city. And we're also going to make sure that, first and foremost, that this is a city that working people will not be displaced out of.
What do you say to President Trump, who says he'll withhold billions of dollars from New York, make it impossible for Zohran Mamdani to govern?
Well, you know, I think that President Trump was born in New York City, and he knows.
Honestly, AOC's voice is kind of what I expected from Jessica Tisch, you know? Honestly, also more of like a California drawl. But definitely closer to AOC's. But I love AOC's voice.
If you mess with New York, you mess with the whole country.
And AOC, I think she's great. I think she's doing a really great job.
And so, you know, I think this isn't a city that doesn't fight back.
That's New York Democratic
Did she say this is a city that doesn't fight back?
New York, you mess with the whole country. And so, you know, I think this isn't a city that doesn't fight back.
Oh, it isn't a city that doesn't fight back. Okay, anyway. What was this? This was a Curtis Sliwa interview or documentary. I think I'm kind of off the fucking mayor shit, but we could watch it because I bet it would be funny. Or, I don't know. A Most Violent Year. Was that Curtis Sliwa? No.
We are going to be looking at some creepy videos, strange and odd news stories, and as always, let's go ahead and get right into today's video. Make no mistake about it, we definitely have a lot to talk about in today's video. People are seeing some very strange and unexplainable things. But before we go ahead and talk about that, I do want to go ahead and talk about these strange deaths that
Dude, apparently in New York and Connecticut, one of those swirly fucking S-shaped weird sky things was seen. I don't know what it was. Here, wait, let me see if I can find it. I went up and looked on my roof, but I couldn't see it. I wish. Come on, dude. Isn't it weird? Yeah, this thing. Look at this shit. The fuck? I have no idea. The fuck? The fuck, dude? Have a good night, Tweedledee. Oh, all over the Northeast this was seen?
What is this?
How come I couldn't see it? The
Are we
fuck?
supposed to be scared or are we supposed to be excited?
I have no idea what that is.
Yeah, kind of butthole
All I
looking.
know is that the center keeps getting a little brighter.
What if it's a shooting star?
Maybe.
That is not a shooting star.
Maybe it's a mini galaxy.
It's not a black hole.
What
It's not a black hole.
Mac, you saw a UFO? Did you tell everyone and I
It looks
missed
like
it?
one thing in the middle.
What was it
right
like?
now it looks like it's...
And then there's twirling.
Is that plane?
It's like.
Oh my god, you saw a news
getting
clip
brighter.
saying it was from a launch of
Is
something
it a
from
meteor?
England?
Is it a meteor?
Sure.
Should we go inside?
My ass.
Yeah.
My butt and ass, dude.
What are you right now?
Confused.
Can you let me have my feet?
A little bit.
This guy's giving us chocolate kisses. Stop.
Is that? I have no idea.
Crazy. Freaking crazy, guys. I miss Chris Gethard.
Reminds me a lot of when coal miners in Kentucky used to be told, you can work in our mine, but you got to rent your house from us. You got to buy all your food at the company store. People fought and died to unionize in Harlan County to make that happen. People got shot at by fucking strike-breaking goons. Algorithms are the new company store. We have to start standing up to them like those coal miners did for all of us almost 100 years ago. And that's why I really think we need to all team up. If you have any allegiance to the underground and independent art, we have to all get on the same page and fight for each other, be present with each other, make eye contact, physically experience live art. Please go and see live comedy, see live music. It's one of the only things that an algorithm can't take away is the actual end goal of the live experience. Reminds me a lot of when coal miners in Kentucky used to
Whoops. Anyway.
Happening at Disney, and as of right now, there's been 4 of them in a span of a month. And about 2 or 3 of the 4 just happen to be very weird, and yet still, police are saying...
You saw it over Lake Superior. It was super bright green and lit up my whole room. Then it shot straight down and it looked like it went into the lake. Bro, that's what the UFOs that were seen at the bottom of Lake Michigan, like at the very southern tip, I forget what area that is, but there was a bunch of ships that were like flying over the water and then kept flying into the water, and the whole town was calling into 911 about it.
And that there's no signs of foul play. Now, apparently this all started on October 8th when a woman in her 60s was found unresponsive on the Haunted Mansion ride. There has yet to be an official explanation as to what caused this woman to pass away, but it is highly suspected she passed away of a heart attack. I have been on this ride multiple times before, and in my own opinion, it's not scary, it's not a thrill ride, but to each their own. They do warn you if you have a heart condition not to go on it. Now, that tragic incident happened at Disneyland, California. Then not too long after, there was a man in his 60s that passed away after suffering a medical episode at Disney's Fort Wilderness Resort and Campground. But here's where I get a little bit more suspicious, because in a span of only days, 2 people had jumped from Disney's Contemporary Resort, ending themselves. When it comes to the 31-year-old woman named Summer Eckwitz, hours before police authorities had found her body, someone went on Reddit hoping to frantically find her. They made a post describing Eckwitz as a missing person, and the Reddit user went on to claim that Eckwitz had flown to Florida to go to Disney without telling them. Now get this, authorities have not confirmed a link between the Reddit post and the investigation at Disney, though there are multiple similarities between them, and the Reddit user posted about Eckwitz before her identity was even made public. So there is a link. What? News and media keep calling her a longtime Disney fan, even a super fan, who had worked at the park as a host and character performer. Matter of fact, news and media keep circulating her Facebook post around, this one, where she's standing next to Bob Iger. Now this individual right here, Article, he actually found the Facebook post, which you can no longer access, and his caption, "My life has peaked." And the post has exactly 33 hearts and likes. Doesn't Disney also have a very exclusive Club 33? I wonder what they do, but that's going off topic. Disney came out and said that she was not struck by the famous monorail, so the only assumption as of right now is that she jumped from the Contemporary Resort and again ended herself. And only a few days after this, same resort, the Contemporary Resort, police are saying that a 28-year-old Matthew Cohn had jumped from the 12th floor, ending himself. And a week after this, another woman's body was found at a Disney World resort, a 40-year-old woman. You can see right here from this article from Fox 13, and they're all reporting the same thing. This was published today, November 5th. Woman found deceased at Disney's Pop Century Resort in 4th tragic incident in a month. The article goes on to say that the New York Post reported that authorities discovered the woman at the Pop Century Resort, one of Disney's value tier hotels near Epcot and Hollywood Studios, which is connected to both parks by the Disney Skyliner. Police are not saying how she passed away, they're just saying they found her body, and they instantly determined that no foul play was suspected. And again, she would be the 5th person to pass away in the span of a month involving Disney, between one person passing away at Disneyland, California, and 4 others passing away in Disney World, Orlando. So what in the world is going on at Disney? Now, I know Disney is a very popular tourist destination, but never have we heard news before of 5 people passing away in the span of a month. In this next interesting video, it was captured on camera that it was only raining in just one spot in Philadelphia. Matter of fact, it stopped multiple people in their tracks.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute, there's nothing in the air. Hold up. Is it really? No. No, there's nothing up there. No, look, it's literally raining in one spot. Look. Well, let me go stand under it for good. There's no rain. Nowhere else, but right here. And it's rain, because it smells like rain. Like, you can smell it. It smells like rain. Like, what? And then what's even weirder is this car is sitting here with the lights on. Nobody's inside. And the lights are blinking. Whoa. Like, what? This is definitely.
Was I the only one that was instantly reminded upon watching this of The Truman Show, the scene where it was also only raining in one spot?
Can you please explain to me what this is? Because it appeared out of nowhere. There's not a single plaque around it. It looks like it either came up from the ground or plopped down from the sky. Upon further inspection, it has markings like a bird, a boat, a fish. There's a wolf over here, a turtle, a flamingo, I don't know, a crane maybe, a bear. What's strange is I come to this park every day to walk my dog. And normally it's just a big open field, but today, this has appeared. And there isn't a plaque. Like I said, no plaque. It looks like it was dropped out of the sky or came up from the ground. So should I call a historical society? Did someone from the Parks and Rec department drop it off? I just want to say it here. I found it. If that makes any difference, TM. Things like a bird, a boat, a fish. There's a wolf over here, a turtle, a flamingo, I don't know, a crane maybe, a bear. What's strange is I come to this park every day to walk my dog. And normally it's just a big open field, but today, this has appeared. And there isn't a plaque. Like I said, no plaque. It looks like it was dropped out of the sky or came up from the ground. So should I call a historical society? Did someone from the Parks and Rec department drop it off? I just want to say it here. I found it. If that makes any difference, TM.
Now, this was spotted at a park in Indiana, and it doesn't look like something that just fell out of the sky, but it is very interesting nonetheless. This kind of reminds me of when all those monoliths kept popping up, but the drawings also remind me of something you would see ancient people do, like ancient Native Americans. So yesterday, people all over the East Coast, whether it was from Vermont, Massachusetts, New Jersey, and so forth, all saw this very mysterious swirl.
Why didn't I get to see it? 11-minute... Oh, it's not 11-minute warning. Hour and 11-minute warning.
In the sky. And you won't believe the explanation that they gave.
Look at this. It looks like a white swirl in the night sky. This view is from Danvers, although people all over the East Coast may have seen a similar sight. Eric Fisher is here with us now, and as promised, Eric, you're going to tell us.
What up, Jeremy? We are in hell, brother. So, looks like you already followed me into hell. But that's okay. We're going to turn it back into heaven, dog. And we're going to get Paul on the show one of these days.
What it is
I
we're
still need to send him his shirt.
looking at here.
All right, hear me out.
Okay.
Aliens.
I knew you were going to say that.
All right, so the night sky has gotten interesting because we're sending a lot more up there. So there are more satellites, there are many more rockets. That is a rocket. So there's actually a rocket launch in South America late this afternoon. It's part of the European Space Agency.
Oh, it's South America or it's fucking... Wait, what do you mean? It was seen not in the South.
Agency's kind of full constellation. They will bring a satellite up to space. But when these rockets and their boosters get up there high altitudes, sometimes in one of those stages, they will dump some fuel. Or maybe there's some exhaust that comes out of the booster. And so that turns to ice crystals way up there where it's very cold in space. And then any sunlight will reflect off of those ice crystals. And so you get that kind of fuzzy appearance on either side of the rocket booster. But it's very unsettling.
Yeah, I don't know what that rock was about. It does kind of just look like public art that was just installed. Like, there's dug up spots next to it. If it fell out of the sky, bro, that motherfucker would have plunged into the earth.
When you look up and see that, you're wondering, what the heck am I looking at? So thank you to that video. Many people noticing that in the night sky earlier on this evening.
So yeah, what they are saying is that what people saw on the east coast of the United States was the remnants of a rocket launch that happened in South America, even though a couple days before this, there was also a strange swirl seen in Ireland, something that has never been seen before in the country. And people were saying that it was doing all kinds of things and it had what looked like a halo. And they said the reason why Ireland has never seen a swirl from a rocket launch before was due to the clouds.
Y'all, a woman in North Carolina uploaded some crazy camera footage from outside of her house. This was taken in her backyard. She has one in her backyard, one on the side, other side, and the front of her house. And this thing was captured not only on her backyard camera, but on the side yard camera as well. They said they came home one night, they were turning into their driveway and they saw something in the wood line. So they checked their cameras and this thing showed up on their camera. At first I was like, that is a creepy looking person. And then I saw the side camera view. This thing runs, jumps on this little wall right here, and then runs away into the woods. And when you look at the proportions of this thing, it is not a human. I am not sure what this thing is, but it really makes me think about that North Carolina 911 call. And what if whatever this is what jumped in the back of his truck?
So we have to be very careful here because of AI, and AI has been running very rampant lately. But if that 911 call from that North Carolina man was indeed true, seeing that giant white thing that ended up in his truck, what he described looks exactly like what we're seeing on this camera right here, then it's not outside the realm of possibility that it would also appear somewhere else as well, eventually appearing on somebody's camera. But talking about something else odd appearing on somebody else's camera, this next video from the paranormal chick shows just that.
I have some amazing home security footage for you. This was captured around October 4th of 2025, and I do not believe this is a ghost. I think this is an actual supernatural that was captured moving very fast across the screen. I have slowed it down so you can kind of make out what this creature is, and it almost reminds me of a dog man. Take a look at this footage, comment below, let me know what you see.
This is on the fruity side. This is on the fruity side of minutes of horror, on seconds of horror. What do you guys think? Real?
This one's really weird because the more that I enhanced the video footage, it looked more like something was riding something. Some are even suggesting that this might be the cryptid known as the Dog Man, but I don't know. I still get the sense just by looking at it that something is riding it and it's galloping. This was filmed back.
It's like a monkey riding a pig.
Back in 2019, this is the Kenai Peninsula Bureau Assembly meeting, and these are all locally elected government officials of Alaska.
We'll now have an invocation by Iris Fontana from the Satanic Temple. You may either remain standing or be seated. No one's required to participate. Please come forward.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for having me. Let us stand now, unbowed and unfettered by arcane doctrines born of fearful minds in darkened times. Let us embrace the Luciferian impulse to eat of the tree of knowledge and dissipate.
So Barry Stepp said, if this is going on at the local level, what do you think is going on higher up? And then I remembered things like the Lucis Trust and the United Nations.
I mean, that just sounded like someone coming to speak at the place, right?
This video from Arch Evolution breaks it down nicely, and you have to remember, we are also heading into their 2030 One World Government agenda.
As we all should know by now, the United Nations is set up by deception, and those who support it are those who want to keep the lies alive. Organizations such as the Lucas Trust, which hidden name is Lucifer...
Wait, there's a Canadian time zone that it is 9:05 right now? Stop. Really?
Trust support the United Nations. The Lucas Trust has a consultative status with the Economic and Social Council of the United Nations, and the goodwill is recognized by the Department of Global Communications at the United Nations as a non-governmental organization. The Lucas Trust was established by Alice and Foster Bailey, and they established the Lucas Trust as an educational charity incorporated in the United Kingdom in 1935. And in 1951, Lucas Trust was established as a legal entity in Switzerland with an office in Geneva. A publishing company initially named Lucifer Publishing Company was established by Alice and Foster Bailey in the state of New Jersey. And all of this information you can find on their Lucas Trust website. And here are the trustees of the Lucas Trust organization. And here is Altion Charles, who's an X Factor winner, who exposes the Lucas Trust organization.
Watch this. This is Lucis Trust. The Lucis Trust is a non-for-profit service organization incorporated in the United States in 1922, and their objective from Lucis Trust website, dedicated to the establishment of a new and better way of life for everyone in the world, based on the fulfillment of the divine plan for humanity. The divine plan. A new way of life, like a new world system, like a new order. Now you want to see who they work for? The Lucis Trust has consultative status with the Economic and Social Council of the United Nations. The United Nations, the UN. They consult the United Nations of the world. They advise the United Nations of the world. Now look at this. The Lucis Trust's publishing company was founded in the early 1920s as Lucifer Publishing Company. The Lucis Trust says that the name was probably chosen to honor Lucifer. What on earth does a modern-day consultant to the most powerful and progressive force engaged in uniting all nations under one banner, the UN, have to do with the fallen angel of the Holy Bible? The one that Jesus Christ told us would manifest on earth as a world ruler, to deceive the whole world into a new world system. Yes, that angel. Why on earth would they honor that angel? Well, that's easy. They were founded by Freemasons. incorporated into the United States by Alice Bailey and her husband, Foster. Well, here's a book written by Foster the Freemason, The Spirit of Freemasonry, published by Lucius Press, also known as Lucifer Publishing. And one last thing, if you dig a little, you'll find an article on their website, The Esoteric Meaning of Lucifer, on a modern company website with consultative powers to the United Nations of all things. Wow, I really hope you're seeing this. In the article, it states that Bailey's had enormous respect for H.P. Blavatsky, who stated in her renowned occult book, The Secret Doctrine, on page 245, in a chapter called Holy Satan.
I can't believe there's a Canadian 9/11 in 3 minutes. This is crazy. Canada never gets good false flags. That's true, dude. They just get dumb forest fires.
Satan, who was the god of our planet and the only god. And then the article goes on to say that the Baileys sought to elicit a deeper understanding of the sacrifice made by Lucifer. Everything has been reversed. Evil is good, Jesus is the enemy, and Lucifer sacrificed himself for you, not Jesus Christ, the one who washed the feet of his disciples and the only one they fear. Modern progressive atheists do not influence world events, people. Satanists do. Remember the goal of the Lucius Trust? The fulfillment of the divine plan for humanity.
And let's not forget that the United Nations is connected to the Vatican and the British Empire. And this is just one example on how these government leaders disguise themselves as workers of God when they're actually workers of the devil, which means deception.
I hope everybody knows by now that the fallen angels run our world. The earth is Satan's domain, and his fallen angels are at the top of the pyramid, if you will. Now, the book of Enoch, chapter 6, tells us that there were 200 of the leaders of these fallen angels. They met on Mount Hermon, and they signed an agreement. At the very top of Mount Hermon, there's a building that says UN on the roof, but that's not for this video. Today, we're going to talk about the Palace of Peace and Reconciliation. This is located in Kazakhstan, and it is to represent all of the world's religious faiths. Now, this is a beautifully constructed building, and it's at the point of what looks to be a phoenix. Here's an aerial view. Everything in this city is futuristic. It's all kind of like symbolic looking. Across from it is the presidential palace, and there's more kind of like symbolic stuff. I can't say what that looks like, but it's all very futuristic. What's interesting is at the very top of the Palace of Peace and Reconciliation is a boardroom that has, guess how many seats? 200 seats. Could this be where the leaders of our world meet? Here's the inside of it. It is really odd to me. If you really sit back and think about, you know, the fact that Satan does run our world, and it's real that fallen angels run our world. I mean, it is a real thing that demons take physical form and rule our world, and to be looking at, you know, a place where they might all sit and meet, it is kind of creepy. It's beautiful, though.
Happy 9/11 to Canada East. We love Canada East. We'll celebrate with you. Spark it up, boys. Happy 9/11 to Canada East.
Satan disguises himself as an angel of light. Now, this building was designed to represent all of the world's religions, but when you read, it says that the top floor was designed a space dedicated to meetings with leaders of a particular religion. So that sounds to me like the top floor was designed for something special.
Oh, wait. That reminds me of, what's-her-face's video. Hey, Booga. Yeah, the Epstein files are finally coming out, sure.
Okay, so, all right, I couldn't decide what page to read, so we're just going to all see what fate decides for us. So here's the book. It's all tattered. I'm going to find it. I'm just going to open it to a random page, and I'm going to read it. So here we go. Historian, let's read this one. The Hidden Hand. Okay. I don't know what it says. We're all going to find out together. Only 300 men, each of whom knows all the others, govern the fate of Europe. They elect their successors from their entourage. These German have the blues with a J. I'm going to just call them blues. Have the means in their hands of putting an end to the form of any state which they find unreasonable. This late dictator of Germany declared, like Disraeli, that these 300 are not the visible rulers because the Tsar of Russia did not know these men. Thus, according to Rathenau, the Tsar was not among the persons who governed Europe, and thus the Tsar was not guilty of making the war. When these revelations of Rathenau began to be repeated, he suddenly died. As Parrish, suddenly, all who exposed the 300. Walter Rathenau's death was falsely attributed to the monarchists, but suddenly, also the press stopped mentioning this mystery. Where we heard that before. We French, quote, we French believe that we know all about the forces of our planet, but we know nothing about the most terrific of them. These are in the hands of 7 men whose names our masses could not even rightly spell. These men, more powerful than Caesar or even Napoleon, rule the fate of the globe. These men rule the chiefs of states, control and subdue the governing personages, manipulate the exchanges, and incite or suppress revolutions. These 7 men are E. Rothschild V, his nephew Sassoon Rothschild, the heir presumptive to the world throne, et al. These blues form the Supreme Council of the Hidden Hand. Quote, we are 300 men, shouted the conspirators of the French Revolution when in 1770, a blue, J. Balsamo Cagliostro, the Rasputin of Queen Marie Antoinette, was adopted as their secret agent. Bro, they had an op in there.
Man.
They had a handler near Frankfurt, this den of Rothschild. These and the 300 men of Rathenau were, quote, the learned elders of Zion. Since 1770, they have been led by a Rothschild. The phrase masters and men is altogether out of date. Indeed, I begin to question, who are these masters? Naively questioned Mr. J.H. Whitley, member of the House of Commons. Quote, nominally we govern ourselves. Actually, we are governed by an oligarchy of the American branch of the International Bankers Plunder Fund. The British government is the camouflage behind which the money kings of the world have hitherto hid their economic warfare upon the masses of the world. That's Philip Francis, ex-editor of the New York American. In his post, the article, The Poison in America's Cup.
Wait. Zayway, are you saying Newfoundland?
Spitting like a dragon, they drag.
Is anybody else just getting
spitting?
Okay.
Are you saying Newfoundland is a half-hour time difference? That's crazy. That can't be real.
It is the camouflage behind which the money kings of the world have hitherto hid their economic warfare upon the masses of the world. That's Philip Francis, ex-editor of the New York American. In his post, the article, The Poison in America's Cup. Quote, whoever is in power in Downing Street, which is a British Foreign Office, whether conservatives, radicals, coalitionists, or pseudo-Bolsheviks, the international blue rules the roost. Here is the mystery of the hidden hand, of which there has been no intelligent explanation. The bluish New York Times of September 8, 1924, quotes the protest of the Zionist Executive Committee against settling blues in the countries, Mexico, over whose destiny they have no control. The same blues help settling blues.
Wait, are you confirming it, Mac? It's a half-hour difference? That's insane. That's fucking insane. Dude, she said, Eloquent Eve said this book is on archive.org. Hold on, I'll look it up.
In the U.S., which means they have control of its destiny. Okay.
It's called... Hold on. Mushka, the purring is getting crazy. Mushka, babushka. Here, found it instantly. This book is mostly about blues. It is not against the blues. These painstaking researchers have been made in... And again, like, even back to this time, right? Didn't the Rothschilds just decide to say that they are Jewish, right? Dude, Lord Jacob Rothschild. I saw a video clip once of him being like, we don't practice Judaism, but yes, we are Jewish. Like, dude, it's not even part of their lives. It's all just so that they can say anti-Semitism, because you don't like that we're fucking being a bunch of bitches. We're conspiring against the masses. Fuck you. But, right? But it's about the Zionists. Will our civilization survive? Mr. J.D. Rockefeller Jr. and others anxiously ask. Wait, hold on. Here's...
in modern Jewish history, and it begins with 3 words. Dear Lord Rothschild.
Dear Lord Rothschild, I have much pleasure in conveying to you, on behalf of His Majesty's government, the following declaration of sympathy with Jewish Zionist aspirations, which has been submitted to and approved by the Cabinet.
Why was it that this letter was sent by the Foreign Secretary to your great-uncle Walter?
It's an interesting question because it was primarily a movement from Eastern Europe, but they didn't clarify who was in charge of that movement. And in addition...
You're trying to tell me the guy who talks like this isn't one of the most evil people in the world? Huh?
It was, after all, in Great Britain. So they felt that the Rothschild family should be the one to whom it was addressed. And Walter was Lord Rothschild, and he was a Zionist. With favour the establishment of Palestine of a national home for the Jewish people, and will use their best endeavours to facilitate the achievement of this object. It being clearly understood that nothing should be done which may prejudice the civil and religious rights of existing non-Jewish communities in Palestine, or the rights and political status enjoyed by Jews in any other country.
It's the Balfour Declaration. What do you feel when you see it here?
I genuinely feel it's one of the most extraordinary moments in the history of the Jewish people.
My family created Israel.
Happy to have with me here today Lord Jacob Rothschild. Jacob, thank you for coming.
Lord.
I know how proud you are to be Jewish.
Yes.
I know how Zionist you are.
Right.
And I know that it comes from the family, but it's also very personal for you. And I also know that you didn't grow up actually in a very Jewish environment. So I want to understand, what does it mean for you to be Jewish?
I mean, if you look at my family history, my father, although he wasn't religious, he was interested in Jewish life. He was involved in Israel. He went to the Weizmann Institute often. He didn't bring his children up to be very aware of that. And it really wasn't until later in life, my early 20s, that I became close to my cousin, Mrs. James de Rothschild, who was rather...
You're gonna fuck your cousin? Cousin fucker? You little cousin fucker? You're gonna fuck your boy cousin too? You're gonna fuck your girl cousins and your boy cousins? Probably. Wouldn't doubt it.
And she invited me to join the board of Yad Hanadiv, which I did when we had 4 people. And
dude, this guy is 900 years old and he's evil as fuck and he still gets to live.
That was more than 50 years ago. And since then, the responsibility for which he'd really trained me was one I've discharged to the best of my abilities. And we now have 45 people in Jerusalem and a large number of projects, including the project which I've been now working on for 15 years, which is the new National Library in Israel. So yeah, I'm deeply involved, not so much because I'm religious.
Because he's not.
But because I have this wholly strong identification with being a Jew and with the country of Israel. One of the reasons for that...
It's all just about Israel and being a Zionist.
That is, I mean, the last 50 years have been good times, basically, economically, and we invested the monies of Hanadiv, I think, well. So it's now a big foundation. I think it's the biggest...
The lights are flickering? Dang. Is that windy?
...private foundation in Israel. And with that, you have the opportunity to do all sorts of things. So we're working not only on a big flagship project, we do those very occasionally, like the Supreme Court. Then we look after the garden, Ramat Hanadiv, where Baron Edmond is now buried within the garden. We get, I think, 400,000 visitors a year, and keep it up to good standards. We do a lot on education. We do a lot on the environment, which is not a subject that's covered very well in Israel.
Yeah, a lot of propaganda and education.
That subject didn't exist last 10 years ago.
And we felt this is a real opportunity. So if you have environmental problems like
Real
water,
opportunity. It was a real opportunity.
it was obviously a hugely important subject. If you take Arab-Israeli relationships, we've spent a lot of money with the government in setting up employment centres for Arabs, because that's one of the big problems is unemployment, etc., etc. So
that's also new, right? The
that's
Arab
a fairly new
Center,
project. That's a fairly new.
You just had to verify your age, Fairy? What the fuck? Israel's a Ponzi scheme. Just like every fucking thing else. I like that. Hell yeah. It is.
Project. We've given a certain amount of money towards women's unemployment, particularly Arab women. So we're pretty active across the board, I think, in Hanadiv now.
And what about Hanadiv Europe? And also Jewish community here, and not also Jewish?
Well, we have another foundation called Rothschild Hanadiv Europe, which it's smaller, but it's very active, and we tend to focus more on...
No, dude, I don't think this one's dead yet. Peppa. You're talking about Lord Jacob Rothschild? No, you're thinking of a distant cousin Rothschild that died at 88 in Hollywood in a fire. This Jacob Rothschild, still alive. The bad never die. He's 127 years old.
Cultural and historic events by supporting buildings, synagogues, museums, cultural initiatives, scholarships, and all that.
Do you remember your first visit to Israel?
I remember.
It just tried to make you upload your ID? What the fuck? Really?
Very well.
That's actually already happening?
I went in 1962, and I was very lucky because I went under the auspices of the philosopher Isaiah Berlin. And I went with him, Nicholas Nabokov, Isaac
He's straight up Mr. Burns, dude.
Stern, the violinist, and Raimund von Hofmannsthal, who was the son of the Hofmannsthal of Streif's days. And life was very different in Israel then. We went around kibbutzes hearing Isaac Stern, Casals, Mervyn Rose, Istomin playing.
I understand that you were in Israel.
Why are his lips so wet?
Jerusalem, actually, at the Six-Day War.
I was there, yeah. It was very...
Ew, look at how wet his lips are.
Odd. I was asleep, and then the telephone rang, and it was Marcus Siep, who also was a big influence on my life. In those early days, and he said, "We're going." So I said, "Where?" He said, "We're going to the wall." I said, "Okay, I'll get up." And we went to the airport and we flew off.
Your kids, do they consider themselves Jewish, religious? Like, how does
They're not religious, but if you take my daughter Hannah, she's very committed to the work of Yad Hanadiv. She's a trustee. And
they're just Zionists, dude. They're committed to stealing Palestine. That's it. So fucking miss me with this anti-Semitism fucking bullshit. Yeah, it's a fucking holy war. We aren't even religious. Yeah.
So they're all, my daughter Beth is actually converting, because she's not in formal terms Jewish, she's actually converting. And
okay, so none of you do anything about Judaism, you just want to take Palestine. What the fuck, dude? Come on.
She's been to Israel many times. She worked in the botanical gardens
Yeah,
there.
they're assuming the identity of Jewish. It's a disguise. It's a destiny swap, bro. I bet that they fucking killed all the real Jewish people. Were the real Jewish people like the Gnostics or something? Were they just like another indigenous crew that believed in connecting to source? And they just like put their jeans on, killed them all, and then started wearing their jeans, their denim. Yeah, Zionism has nothing to do with the Jewish religion. It's all just a mask, bro. It's a shield, honestly. It's a Rothschild. It's the blood shield, the red shield, Rothschild. Literally. Right? Is that what it means? Red shield? Sounds like a blood shield, like wearing other people's skin or something. Oh, wait, I've never seen old men make out. I hope I don't ever see that. Who the fuck's talking about that? Have you ever seen what it looks like when old men make out? Fuck no, Creatress. What are you watching, dog?
That's her thing, horticulture. And so, yeah, it continues. It'll continue.
The miracle of Israel.
The extraordinary part of the history of the Jews is that for thousands
Look at him smiling because he knows he's telling lies.
of years, that situation has been there. And yet somehow those widely spread Jewish communities kept their spirit through good and bad times. And it's a phenomenon that it's difficult to explain, but the light continues. The commitment continues, even though, of course, you had a very divided Jewish community 100 years ago. We're going to celebrate the centenary of the Balfour Declaration, which is a kind of Magna Carta.
Yeah, right? This guy's father signed the Havara Agreement, which paid for the Nazis rounding up all the blues in Europe and elsewhere. They exterminated all who refused to convert to Zionism and moved to Palestine. It's all fascism, yeah.
The Jewish people of 100 years ago, Magna Carta, in terms of coming back to their homeland. And
oh shit, Ferry with the fucking receipts, boy. Use your ID, use your credit card, take a selfie, what the fuck? Can you get around it? Can you say no? The frick?
And you had then a difficult choice. I mean, half of my family were very against the idea of a home for the Jewish people in Palestine. And the other half were for it. Now, that situation will never go away, but the presence of the Jewish community, whether in Israel or outside Israel, I think the light's undimmed. I think it's an extraordinary period.
They weren't even actually Babylonian. They just stole some of their culture, same as they did the Israelites. Dude, they're fucking lizards. They can't make anything. They're parasites. They just steal. It's crazy, right? They can't even make they can't even do anything. They just steal people's shit. And
Can you tell now, after 50 years of being involved with Yad Nadiv, which things work and which things don't?
In educational terms.
Oh, dudes, did I tell you? Chunks started filling up the top apartment, the one that she doesn't usually use, with branches and leaves. But she's also in my roof, driving me fucking crazy. She's gonna end up getting exterminated if she doesn't stop. But yeah, she can't have another fucking litter, right? This has just gotta be her going for the frickin' winter slumber, hopefully. She's gotta go to sleep this winter, right? Don't they? They better hibernate. I don't think she does. Oh, she's so annoying in the winter, dude.
Yes, I mean, I think, again, it's a kind of miracle that in science and technology, Israel remains at the forefront of the world.
Oh my God, yes, dude. Take a selfie and make it a selfie of Paul. That'd be so funny.
How does that happen? It's a complicated question, but it has happened, and they have that spirit which keeps that going. I think with the humanities, it's more difficult because we live in an age when the humanities are underfunded by government, where it's not seen to be a priority. But then on the other hand, you look at something like the Israel Museum, which has been a success on a world scale. And so, again, in spite of all those difficulties, the light continues.
On the future, he's like,
What would you wish for younger Jews?
I would wish for them, obviously, to be aware of their being Jewish and for the history of the Jewish people to rub off on them to a certain level, to give them the opportunity at least to understand, and let's hopefully that they respond to that. I hope too that this creation of this state and home of Israel in what was Palestine is something that younger Jews will visit, because that opens their eyes to the Jewish people and a very, very, very important side of the Jewish people today, perhaps the most important side of Jewish people. So awareness is something I would continually underline.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Dude, you're weird.
And it begins with 3 words: Dear Lord Rothschild. Why was it that this letter was sent by the Foreign Secretary to your great-uncle Walter?
Jacob Rothschild, a name synonymous with wealth, power and influence, has long been associated with the creation of Israel. The story behind this connection is both shocking and intriguing, as Lord Rothschild reveals in this exclusive interview. Stay with us till the end of the video to find out all the 4th Baron Rothschild has to say about this in his disturbing interview that has been released. The interview. In November 1917, British Foreign Secretary Arthur Balfour sent a letter to the second Lord Rothschild expressing the British government's support for a Jewish home in Palestine. This letter, known as the Balfour Declaration, changed the course of history for the Middle East and the Jewish people. The Balfour Declaration, a mere 67 words long, is a document that changed the course of history for the Middle East and the Jewish people. Sent on November 2nd, 1917 by British Foreign Secretary Arthur Balfour, it expressed the British government's support for the establishment of a Jewish home in Palestine. But why was this declaration addressed to the Rothschild family? To understand the significance of this choice, we must delve into the historical context of the time. The Zionist movement, which aimed to establish a Jewish homeland, was primarily a movement from Eastern Europe. However, there was no clear leadership or figurehead representing this movement. The British government, recognizing the need for a central address, turned to the Rothschild family. The Rothschilds were a prominent and influential family, known for their immense wealth and connections. They had a long history of involvement in various political and financial affairs. It was believed that their influence and resources made them the ideal recipients of such a declaration. Among the Rothschild family, the second Lord Rothschild, Walter Rothschild, was chosen as the recipient of the Balfour Declaration. Walter was an eccentric and colourful character with a passion for collecting. He had amassed the largest collection of ornithological material in Great Britain, showcasing his wide-ranging interests. However, it was Walter's deep interest in the Zionist cause and his involvement in the early years of the establishment of pioneer communities in Israel. Walter's commitment to the Zionist movement made him a natural ally for the British government in their support for a Jewish homeland. Nevertheless, it is
Hey boys, it's 8:37, 9:37 in East Canada. Where are your children at the Cosmic Ripple? Oh, take a look at this charging plate. Sorcerer's charging plate, 7.9-inch energetic grid with obsidian, selenite, moonstone, crystal charging disc for ritual and energy work. Oh my goodness, get a look at this, boys, but the hands are not included in the pyramid. Well, it's a charging disc. Charging plate. Energy Energetic uses. Cleanse and recharge jewelry, crystals, pendulums, or tools used as a manifestation base for written intention. Or rituals. Place under your altar items to amplify sacred space, enhance dreamwork clarity and emotional healing. Wow! Take a look at this, boys. That's how big it looks on a hand, but the hand does not come with it. I know you want it to, but sorry, it doesn't. And don't even try and twist my words. Ooh, cool base. Gorgeous. Love the sigil. All right, boys. Thanks for your support. Beep, boop. Blink, dong.
Important to note that the Rothschild family was not united in their support for the establishment of a national home in Israel. Some members, like James Rothschild, who'd come from France, believed it was better to assimilate into English life and did not support the idea. Nevertheless, others, like Dorothy de Rothschild, played a critical role in advancing the Zionist cause. Dorothy, a major supporter of Israel from a young age, became instrumental in connecting with the British establishment and facilitating meetings with Zionist leaders. She married her cousin, James Rothschild, at the age of 17 and dedicated her life to advancing the cause of Israel after his death. Dorothy's passion, combined with her ability to navigate the highest echelons of British society, made her an important figure in the Zionist movement. The Balfour Declaration, with its 3 simple words, "Dear Lord Rothschild," marked a turning point in Jewish history. It was a testament to the power and influence of the Rothschild family, as well as their commitment to the Zionist cause. The declaration went through several drafts and compromises before its finalization, but its essence remained the same: a promise of a national home for the Jewish people in Palestine. The declaration, as Jacob Rothschild went on to reveal in the interview, further expressed the British government's support for the establishment of a Jewish home in Palestine. It was a monumental statement that held great significance for the Jewish community. The declaration stated, "His Majesty's government views with favor the establishment in Palestine of a national home for the Jewish people and will use their best endeavors to facilitate the achievement of this object." These words were a beacon of hope for the Jewish people, who had long yearned for a homeland of their own. However, the declaration also emphasized the importance of safeguarding the civil and religious rights of existing non-Jewish communities in Palestine. It was a delicate balance, ensuring that the establishment of a Jewish home did not come at the expense of the rights of others. This aspect of the declaration was crucial in maintaining peace and harmony in the region. The Balfour Declaration was seen as one of the most extraordinary moments in Jewish history. It was a culmination of 3,000 years of struggle and perseverance. For many, it was nothing short of a miracle. The idea that an impoverished would-be statesman like Chaim Weizmann could persuade powerful figures like Walter Rothschild, Arthur Balfour, and even Prime Minister Lloyd George to support the establishment of a Jewish homeland seemed unlikely, yet it happened. As good as the Balfour Declaration sounded, the reaction—
Yeah, because it's all fucking phooey, dude. They're fake.
to it were varied. Within the Jewish community, it was hailed as the greatest event in thousands of years. It was a
Can we watch Akira on YouTube?
moment of immense pride and joy, as the dream of a Jewish homeland was finally within reach. The declaration provided a sense of validation and recognition for the Jewish people, who had faced centuries of persecution and displacement. However, the declaration also faced criticism and opposition. Some argued that it did not go far enough in guaranteeing the rights of non-Jewish communities in Palestine. Others questioned the motives behind the declaration, viewing it as a political move by the British government to gain favor with the Jewish community. The implications of the declaration were far-reaching. It set in motion a series of events that would shape the future of the Middle East and the Jewish people. The establishment of pioneer communities in Israel, with the support of the Rothschild family, marked the beginning of a new chapter in Jewish history. The Rothschild family also played a crucial role in the early years of the establishment of these pioneer communities. In France, Bernhard Lord Rothschild responded to the Russian pogroms in the 1880s, providing support and assistance to Jewish immigrants. In England, members of the Rothschild family, like Dorothy de Rothschild, dedicated themselves to advancing the Zionist cause and connecting with the British establishment. Interestingly, Jacob Rothschild not only revealed events of the past. In another interview, he shared his views about the future and how it can be built. When it comes to architecture, few partnerships have been as influential and enduring as that of Jacob Rothschild and Norman Foster. Their collaboration spans over 4 decades, beginning with their initial encounter alongside Jim Sterling and Richard Rogers. It was a meeting that would shape the course of architectural history. Rothschild vividly recalls the first time he laid eyes on Foster's work. It was at Reading, where he witnessed the early manifestations of Foster's architectural genius. The buildings exuded a sense of innovation and forward-thinking that immediately captivated Rothschild. Little did he know that this encounter would mark the beginning of a lifelong friendship and a shared vision for the future. But it wasn't just the world of art and culture that Rothschild and Foster left their mark on. Their collaboration extended to projects that aimed to transform public spaces and enhance the urban experience. One such project was the pedestrianisation of Trafalgar Square, a historic landmark in the heart of London. In 1989, Foster played a pivotal role in the realisation of this ambitious endeavour, which sought to create a vibrant and accessible public space for all to enjoy. The successful completion of the project was a testament to Foster's ability to blend functionality, aesthetics, and the preservation of historical significance. Rothschild's admiration admiration for Foster's work extended beyond their personal collaborations. As the chairman of the Pritzker Prize for Architecture, Rothschild had the privilege of being part of the committee that awarded Foster the prestigious prize in 1989. The decision was unanimous, as Foster's Millennium Bridge, a stunning architectural marvel that connected Somerset Heights, became a symbol of his ability to seamlessly blend the old and the new. So, inspired by Foster's talent and vision, Rothschild sought his expertise in a project that held deep personal significance. The Baron Rothschild's greenhouse, once a sprawling oasis filled with exotic orchids, had been destroyed decades ago. The question of what to do with the site weighed heavily on Rothschild's mind. Together with Foster, they envisioned a project that would explore the future of farming, a subject of great importance in an ever-changing world. Their plan involved creating a modern structure on the site of the old greenhouse, showcasing innovative farming practices and addressing the pressing issues of sustainability and food production. Simultaneously, they aimed
What, did their fucking greenhouse burn in a world fair?
to preserve the historical significance of the stable, a 19th century building, by incorporating a modern intrusion that would juxtapose the old and the new. This harmonious blend of tradition and innovation would serve as a proof to the power of architectural creativity and the potential for a sustainable future. The transformation of the Baron Rothschild's greenhouse site into a visionary space dedicated to the future of farming became a focal point of their collaboration. The greenhouse, once a sprawling acre filled with vibrant orchids, had been lost to time, but its legacy remained. Rothschild and Foster saw an opportunity to reimagine the site and address the pressing issues surrounding agriculture and sustainability. In essence, the future of farming had become a live subject, and these two visionaries were determined to make a meaningful contribution. Other interviews. In the enchanting world of art and collecting, few names hold as much prestige as that of Jacob Rothschild. But behind the grandeur and opulence lies a rich family history of collecting that has shaped Lord Rothschild's own passion for the arts. In this exclusive interview with Dame Rosalind Saville, which featured Lord Jacob Rothschild, lots and lots of secrets regarding the family's art collection were revealed. It all began with Lord Rothschild's father, whose collecting pursuits took a rather unconventional turn. While many collectors sought rare coins or ancient artifacts, Lord Rothschild's father had a unique fascination with cell phones. His collection boasted an array of vintage models, showcasing the evolution of this ubiquitous device over the years. This early exposure to the world of collecting undoubtedly left an indelible mark on young Jacob Rothschild. But it wasn't just his father's collecting endeavors that influenced Lord Rothschild's artistic inclinations. His mother, a woman of refined
Right, dude, we can body shame the Rothschilds too, right? That's okay.
taste and a friend to artists and writers, fostered an environment that nurtured his appreciation for the arts. Through her connections, Lord Rothschild was exposed to a world of creativity and imagination, where artists and writers gathered to share their ideas and inspirations. As he grew older, Lord Rothschild's own collection began to take shape. His discerning eye led him to acquire a remarkable array.
Okay, I don't want to watch this lizard anymore.
The design of the building, so the sunlight's supposed to come.
Seconds of horror? What the fuck, dude? He took his video down? Why?
Man, finally tonight in the future of everything. I don't know about you, but I spent the weekend refreshing for updates on our favorite interstellar visitor, that comet or question mark 3I Atlas.
Dude, the news is telling us the shit's alien. They're doing blue beam soon. Let's fucking go, dude.
It is up to a little bit more strangeness. Now, last week we told you that 3I Atlas was getting way brighter, way bluer as it got close to the sun. Well, now there is a new report from NASA that shows that 3I Atlas might be picking up a little speed in, quote, non-gravitational acceleration. But what does that mean? Well, basically, it means it's being propelled by some other force besides gravity. Maybe it's thrust from burning off of chemical compounds as it got near the sun, which happens occasionally. It would be natural for comets to usually burn off some of those chemicals, and that's what you see in that big cloud afterwards. And
when is it going to be in this position? Where is it right now? Is it like here?
Would see a very big cloud around it once we get a very good visual soon, but we haven't yet. In the meantime, the hype is in overdrive with headlines jumping straight to conclusions. Alien ship uses engine? I mean, we're not there yet. But before we jump to any of those conclusions, let's go straight to the source.
Yeah,
on every
they need to do Independence Day to the White House. Let's fucking go. Yeah, dude, that'd be so sick.
Interstellar travel. That is Harvard's Professor Avi Loeb back again to help us break some of this down. Professor, always great to see you.
Hey, just remember, not saying, but just saying this guy's literal Israeli.
So you were hinting at a little bit of this the last time we talked. Now, non-gravitational acceleration, like how much acceleration are we talking here?
Well, thanks for having me. It was data from the ALMA observatory, which is a millimeter wave.
I'm sorry, I don't trust this fake accent.
set of sensors that presumably detected the 3i Atlas as it approached perihelion, closest approach to the sun. And what it discovered is a deviation by 4 arc seconds in right ascension from the expected path. And that's very significant, statistically significant.
This bitch better make a hard right turn. I want it to do this.
I calculated, given the level of acceleration that they inferred that was reported on the Jet Propulsion Lab website for 3i Atlas, that corresponds to evaporation of about 1/6 of the mass of the object to give it that kind of a boost as a result of recoil. It's a very significant fraction of the mass of the object.
Yeah, only normal people are never ugly. It's just lizards.
Calculated it based on momentum conservation. The material flowing
yeah, dude. 3i Atlas is a giant ice cream pedophile truck, for sure.
Away from the object in one direction gives it a kick in the opposite direction. There is no way out of that. And under relatively conservative assumptions about the escape speed of the molecules or dust particles from the object, one gets that a substantial fraction of the mass of the object had to be evaporated. So that means that if it's a comet, a natural comet, it should be surrounded by a cloud of gas that carries 5 billion tons or more. And the object itself was losing a significant fraction of its mass. So that means when we look at the 3i Atlas after it goes out of hiding behind the sun, and that should happen within a week or two, if it's a natural comet, we should really see a very bright, massive cloud of gas, and perhaps even a cometary tail that is extremely bright around it. If we don't see that, the question is what propelled it? And there is no way out. One way or another, we should figure out the nature of the object. If it evaporated, if 20%...
Yeah, I don't punch down and don't tease appearance unless it's a lizard person. I'm not cruel like that. Literally, exactly.
Or so of the mass of the object got evaporated.
I just know that they're the most vain people ever, and they deserve it, so...
by sunlight, then we will know its nature, because that's a substantial portion of the mass that the object was made of to start with, and we can figure out what the composition that material
Paul's fed ears picked up 3i Atlas on radar years ago.
has.
You mean ears ago? Ears and ears ago?
20% is such a large number, and yet, you know, it makes me think of the last time we saw something like this, Oumuamua, which you studied so closely. We didn't see that type of cloud around it. That was another interstellar visitor. What else could be going on here?
So in the case of Oumuamua, it occurred to me that it could be the sunlight reflecting, bouncing off its surface that could push it. And in fact, 3 years later, there was actually another object discovered by the same telescope in Hawaii. It was given the name 2020 SO, discovered in September 2020. And that one ended up being recognized as a rocket booster from a launch in 1966 by NASA, because we were able to infer the composition of the surface of this object, which was stainless steel, using an infrared spectrograph. So it was clear that one was artificial. It was pushed by reflecting sunlight because it was hollow. And so that led me to suggest that maybe Oumuamua was also artificial. In this case, we do detect gas around it, even when we found it, even when it was far from the sun. The question is there much more gas now?
What is this? Dude, this is just a Lockheed Martin fucking Tic Tac.
It's possible because it got brighter. If we don't see that very massive amount of mass of gas around it, then you know, there might be something else propelling it. You know, a spacecraft obviously can, in principle, have an engine that will not produce such a massive cloud of gas.
Yeah, or like you said, I mean, even a large stainless steel or stainless nickel, you know, shape that is being pushed by this, all of it is wild. And yet, the most frustrating part, when are we going to see images? What's the latest with your quest to try to get some of the images released that NASA already has? It may not be public because of the government shutdown. And when are we going to see land-based, like Earth-based observations? Because I know that's right around the corner, right?
Right. The high-rise camera on board the Mars Reconnaissance Orbiter took images of 3I Atlas when it came closest to Mars. That was the 2nd and the 3rd of October, more than a month ago. And I tried to reach out to the principal investigator of that camera. I didn't get a response. And I corresponded with Representative Anna Paulina Luna, who brilliantly decided to send a letter to
the Israeli spy didn't get a fucking message back from NASA? And he's running the psy-op for them? What the fuck? Peppa said, it sucks because if this is legit aliens, they're for sure coming with the best intentions just to be met with dumbass hostility and warfare where they're probably stoked to make new friends. I fucking hope so, dude. Honestly, even if they're coming to take over, whatever, right? It'll be funny. I hope it's like Mars Attacks.
Acting administrator of NASA, Sean Duffy. She sent it on October 31st. We haven't heard back from him. However, he immediately responded to a tweet from Kim Kardashian, who asked, what is the tea about 3I Atlas? And he responded to her. And my complaint is that in terms of priorities, he should respond quicker to a letter from Congress or to a scientist who really wants to analyze that data. And unfortunately, we didn't hear back. So as of now, the claim is that this is a result of government shutdown. I think it's inappropriate to withhold the scientific information from the community because we are planning future observations based on what we know about 3I Atlas.
You know, we will continue to push for answers. Hopefully Kim Kardashian will continue to push for answers, and hopefully you'll get your answers sometime soon. Professor Avi Loeb, thank you so very much.
We thank you for watching, and remember, stay updated on breaking news and top stories on the NBC News app.
Politics turned comedy into a Mexican soap opera. What was Trump's insane?
Years since President Trump appeared for an interview on 60.
I do want to remind you guys that 60 Minutes is a formative reason for why CBS News was sold to the Ellisons, and that Barry Weiss has complete editorial control over 60 Minutes now. And even then, it's not going to be as oppositional for that reason. And I'll point out some of these moments where there is like journalistic malpractice here.
We can make it much less expensive for people and give them much better health care.
But where is that
and
plan?
I'd be willing to
But
work
where's
with the
that plan?
Democrats on it. The problem is they want to give money to prisoners, to drug dealers, to all these millions of people that were allowed to come in with an open border from Biden, and nobody can do that. Not one Republican would ever do that.
My understanding is if those healthcare subsidies are not extended, premiums will double for many of the people that are on it. And I was looking into it. 3/4 of these people will.
Okay, this is good. Holding Trump's feet to the fire like this is pretty crazy. I'm gonna be honest. It's somewhat unexpected.
So far, the shutdown hasn't spooked the stock market, which hit record highs this past week.
Perfect timing for your show. Just hit an all-time high. We're doing really well.
Can I ask you,
Smart
Mr. President,
people
on that point, though, when the stock market is doing well, that doesn't affect everybody. Not everybody's invested in the stock.
The cut version removed a lot of his outbursts and crybaby moments. Really? He's been endlessly crying like a baby. How much more could he be crying? This is like the most a man has ever crowed on 60 Minutes. He's just been ranting and having a very bad time.
Yes, it does.
But there have been grocery prices.
401ks. People have 401ks. Their 401ks are double what they were a year ago.
But for people that don't have 401ks or are not invested in the stock market, but they've seen their grocery prices go up, inflation.
No. By the way, that is the method. Oh, well, 401ks are doing well. Oh, okay. A meager increase in the 401ks of people, which is, again, already a smaller percentage of the working class than in general. But that doesn't mean that people are doing well. Financially, they're not. They're not better off. Groceries, the greatest word of the English language. No one's ever thought of the word grocery before until me. I brought the grocery word back.
You campaigned on immigration. You largely won the election on a promise to close the border,
don't you think?
and you succeeded on that. Illegal crossings at the southern border are at a 55.
Bro, she's pretty lizard-coated herself, right?
5-year low. More recently, Americans have been watching videos of ICE tackling a young mother, tear gas being used in a Chicago residential neighborhood, and the smashing of car windows. Have some of these raids gone too far?
No, I think they haven't gone far enough because we've been...
Absolute sociopath, dude. Absolute sociopath. It is such an insane thing to say. Not far enough. Do you want them to just like shoot people on the streets? What? That's the only thing that they haven't done. Well, they have done that actually. Never mind. They have shot and killed people. They've gotten into deadly car accidents. They've shot and killed people. What are we doing? More of this, please. More of this. This will be the best solution. I cannot believe it, dude.
And the policy has to be, you came into the country illegally, you're going to go out. However, you've also seen, you're going to go out, we're going to work with you, and you're going to come back into our country legally.
When will you declare mission?
It's insane. Yeah. I mean, he's just saying it. It's like, while he brought up on the campaign trail that these are all like rugged criminals, they're rapists, monsters, decapitators. Obviously, the people that actually do the crimes, they used to get prosecuted under the Biden administration as well. The notion that like the Biden admin wasn't prosecuting criminals is ridiculous, right? If they were undocumented. And that is the reason why he has opened up the floodgates of mass deportation, because that was the ultimate goal. It was not for some real crime prevention reason. It was because they want to make America and American demographics more racially harmonious, more racially pure, right? In air quotes, I'm saying that. That is the heart of white nativist immigration policy. If only there was one major party out of the two that consistently actually held Trump's feet to the fire when he was running with this lie, even in an effort to defend themselves and their track record on this, their past performance on this, and maybe even nominally brought up the idea that this is a nation of immigrants. Americans are, immigrants are our neighbors.
You know, the crime numbers are way down, even though we have a lot more people in our country that really shouldn't be here, and many of them are stone cold, hard criminals.
Brother, you're doing the crime.
The president has ordered the National Guard to 5 cities. Los Angeles.
He's like, crime numbers are down. Bitch, you're the one doing the crimes. It's the ICE agents that you're defending that are doing the crimes. As the host of 60 Minutes pointed out, I hate this. He ran on crime. He ran on doing the crime.
And here I am because I was able to beat all of the nonsense that was thrown at me. And yet when you go after a dirty cop like Comey or a guy like Bourdain, who I hear I don't know anything about it. I hear he took records all over the place. Who knows? Letitia James is a terrible, dishonest person, in my opinion.
Did you instruct the Department of Justice to go after
Not in any way, shape, or form. No, you know.
I like that his retort is, well, I was innocent and they indicted me. Well, you were also convicted. I don't think those people are going to get convicted, ironically enough, because the cases that you put together are so...
Trump's a loon. We know it. Fuck it. We die for John Levi.
I've just finished a video and the thumbnail, and immediately I'm jumping back in. It's like anything in life. If you don't keep up with it, you risk halting the flow. And it's similar to anything, yoga or qigong, any practice. And this is a practice for me. It's an art and is fueled through inspiration. Yeah, and right now I just looked at a photo. And where the hell is this photo, you might ask? This is the mothership, or the mother church. That's it. I mean, if I asked you, where is the mother church? Church is an important designation. All of these similar structures have been fragmented through history. I mean, the same style buildings that are Capitol domes, even the Vatican in Rome. It's just...
Bro, and then think about the cross and the Knights Templar. It's the same. They're just a bunch of lizards. They're all lizards, dude. And everyone's fucking worshipping lizards. It's embarrassing, honestly. It's so cringe. Bunch of lizard humpers, dude.
It's like a state capitol building, really, with just a bunch of frills. But if I asked you, where is the mother church? You would say, what? The mother what? Oh yes, the mother church. I've talked about it years ago, but at this point, when I come across something again, it's equally as fascinating as it was the first day I saw it. So this is really weird, but it's not weird. But it would be, if you didn't know what we knew. I mean, this thing looks like it's in Europe, and I think initially they took the best of these domed capitol-style buildings and designated them as government buildings. And in fact, sometimes I think that they drew new boundaries to states and countries based on these buildings. Now, if you have 50 of these buildings scattered across America, more realistically hundreds or even thousands, you're gonna have to write a history for these. And an easy one is to make 50 of them state capitals. Again, if you're in another country like Rome, you could get away with anything. It could be the Vatican, as we discussed a minute ago, or it could be anything at all. But in America, with a much tighter timeline, you're going to have to be more careful. So all government functions will take over the best initially. Next will be religious. Catholic Church, all religions. In the case with Utah, I believe religions would even be created to facilitate this rewriting of history. And in the case with this building, it's very similar. A religion would have to be created. And this is one of the weirdest religions. And of course they would get weird. There's another purpose. There's probably many purposes these religions are serving. This one is the Church of Science. Christian Science Church. Really reaching here. I think I read the first chapter of the Science Church's book over 20 years ago now. I didn't like it. I didn't like the author's demeanor. So where are we? We'll get to that in a minute. Thank you for being here this week. I love you all. God bless and welcome.
In the beginning,
so where in the hell are we? We see this
Kentucky.
horse and sports wagon really moving at a nice trot, maybe 10 or 15 miles an hour. We see this absolutely beautiful building right here, the over-the-top detail. I mean, why isn't this man's sports model wagon equally as nice as this building? This thing looks like a soapbox
9-minute
derby
warning.
car. I mean, really as crude as could be. Not even one noteworthy element of beauty point out in this vessel of travel. Here we can see perhaps his daughter, and he really looks astonished at what he's seeing, taking his eyes off the road for a minute, and I would too. This thing is sick. What is this? On the right side here we see what looks like a type of church, but this? Where are we? God, where are we? Is there any clue? This could be anywhere in this time period. Some of you will already know. This is in Boston. Boston, America. Massachusetts. One of Boston's largest privately owned spaces accessible to the public. The Mother Church is the centerpiece of the Christian Science Plaza. Christian Science Plaza? Yes. So the First Church of Christ. Scientist. Stupid. I mean, forgive me if this is your religion.
That's a dumb as fuck name, dude. That's literally the name.
But it just seems pretty conflicting. Science and religion all in one. The truth is, this is kind of reality. I mean, most people place more stock in science today than religion. And when you see how oppressive religion has been historically, I don't blame people for moving away from religion. The problem is that science, the replacement, is littered with its own distortions of reality. And now, having lived through these two eras, I actually see more wisdom in all of the religions of the world. More truths left in the texts that were previously misinterpreted and used as tools of control. However, today we, or most of us, are not oppressed by religion, and we can go back and interpret and study these texts for ourselves without the need of a middleman. But that's not my point today. I want to talk about this church. It was completed by some man named Franklin Welsh in 18...
Yeah, I've watched Sloan Bella on stream before. Probably just YouTube clips. Not in a while, though. I watch her on TikTok, though.
94. 8 years after the first Christian Science Church of Wisconsin was built by local women who felt they had been helped by the religion. So here we go. I mean, come on. This is the first Christian Science Church built by women, we're told, in 1886, of stone and weatherboard and brick in the Gothic Revival style. Okay, whatever. But I mean, this is fine. This is fine for anything in 1886. But then there were suddenly plans to build a new church. So we go from this baby, this what looks like a modest schoolhouse, to this. Here we go. Hallelujah. In the name of science. Truly blinded by this science. So I'm not sure. They're talking about an extension here to the church, added in 1904 to 1906. They wanted to incorporate Byzantine elements and a neoclassical style. So I'm not sure what is what here. It's the same as any of these narratives were given for beautiful buildings like this in this time period. It looks like here they're telling us the original Mother Church, so maybe that's the small one, and behind
4
it
minutes
is the extension. So here we go. I mean, this one looks more like a church, or what we would be told a church is. This thing is massive, so this is Church 2, and then Church 3 extension. Extension in a totally different style, the neoclassical. I mean, really, Church of Science, go science. Really competing with the Vatican, being just as frivolous if we're to believe the narrative. Personally, I don't. But if I did, it's even worse. Here is what you're pissing the church money away on, while you fleece the people. It's located in Christian Science Plaza. I mean, it looks like Europe here, on the water. On 13 acres. Here we can see the extension, the mere extension of the church. Now again, I don't mean to be disrespectful if this is your church, but this is stupid. But I think it's actually very, very revealing. I mean, this is sloppy. This is where it gets ridiculous. And this is where everything begins to make sense. No churches, temples, mosques, cathedrals, synagogues, and all places of worship were originally what we are told, all having another purpose. I mean, we've seen buildings like this abandoned today looking like they've been sitting there for 400 years. Recently, we will have looked at one boarded up at the Niagara Falls. We were told it was a power station. And here, this mega mother, in their words, church, belongs to the Church of Science. Just joining the club. Everyone joining the club like a business. And they're all part of the Chamber of Commerce and various societies. Let's look at it from the Google Earth. Here we go. Here she is.
Brother.
So again, we can see the original church right here and the extension. So I don't know. I really don't know. I mean, I do and I don't. I just don't know what to say. It seems so perfectly obvious to me, and yet I don't want to be insensitive to others' beliefs. Here we can see right next door a library, the Mary Baker Eddy Library. There we go. Go to the library, and it's a Christian Science library founded by Mary Baker Eddy. I should have known. Here we go. Right next door. You can just come here after church Sunday, or is it always church in the science faith? So let's look at something else.
See those cucks, guys? Oh, poor John's
The real Church of
guys.
Science is what we started out the video with. But
1
what
minute!
is really the Church of Science? I mean, before the now famous Scientology religion, in my opinion, it is the universities. These are the official experts, and science and history is officially recognized to be in their jurisdiction. And I could talk about all the Ivy League universities, but that would be too extensive. I'll just touch on a few. Yale University, founded in 1701, the third oldest institution in the United States. So 1701, we are told, before America is officially America. It says way back in 1701, however organized they could have been, there was an act for liberty to erect a collegiate school. The would-be charter passed during a meeting in New Haven. New Haven is said to have really good pizza.
9/11! Happy 9/11, boys! Happy 9/11, boys! Happy 9/11 to my boys! It's 9/11 time! We gotta celebrate our friend Dick Cheney. Dick Cheney. We love him so much.
Throughout his public life, Cheney also battled heart disease, suffering his first heart attack in 1970.
Rainbow Bridge. We're gonna miss you, Dick Cheney.
During his
Just kidding. He's going across the River Styx currently.
first run for Congress. Just days after being elected vice president, he underwent a procedure to open a clogged artery, and soon after, a pacemaker. Once out of office, Cheney underwent a successful heart transplant. Still, to the end, he stuck to his deeply conservative roots, making him one of the most powerful and controversial vice presidents in recent American history. Andrea Mitchell.
What a cool hat.
NBC News, Washington.
Oh, wow, that's a very cool hat.
We thank you for watching, and remember, stay updated on breaking news and top stories on the NBC News app or watch live on our YouTube channel.
Dick Cheney died yesterday at the age of 84. Former President George W. Bush described
vice president in American history. That is not a debatable point. Cheney wanted to be at the center of power. Bush accepted him and brought him in.
Boring. What's this?
The first person to fly over Antarctica, that he saw things that our government says that he didn't see. Well, when I was doing his ancestry, this article was in the memory section for his son. And this is an article about the son's strange death, because the son was, his life's mission was to make a museum with his father's papers, relics, medals, so on and so forth. And the first time he tried to do it, the city said that they needed to do like permitting changes on the plumbing. So they had to move everything. And basically this newspaper article goes on to say that eventually Richard E. Byrd's sons had the relics in like grocery bags, and they were dripping wet and ruined. At the time of the writing of this article, the estate of Admiral Richard E. Byrd had not been decided upon as to where it was going to go and who was going to get what. And most of the relics had been destroyed. This article spends multiple paragraphs trying to show what a weirdo Admiral Richard E. Byrd's son was. They consulted with psychiatrists, random strangers that make no sense. Like some guy heard him say the word Baltimore weird, and that's their one witness to say, well, absolutely, he wandered off and had sudden onset dementia and died. That's like a totally normal thing. Though, yeah, the way people perished in such timely manners when you do ancestry, like for example, his father, Admiral Richard E. Byrd, went out with his son, his namesake, in 1946. They went to Antarctica together. But by the time of his last mission that he was going to do, Admiral Richard E. Byrd expired suddenly of a heart attack, and then the son dies of sudden onset dementia in a parking structure in Baltimore. I don't know. Read the article. So you know how some people believe Admiral Richard E. Byrd, the first person to fly...
Listen, I like Mamdani. I'm glad he's the mayor in New York, but I'm upset for Curtis. We gotta give Curtis something. Give Curtis Staten Island. He could do Staten Island. Listen.
Yeah. Honestly, I second that.
I did the ancestry of J.D. Vance, and I just want to say...
Okay, so Dick Cheney's dead. And we're back to part 2 of our front porch rebuild. We're back to build the porch. Okay, so Dick Cheney's dead, and a lot of people feel relieved, and honestly, that makes sense, because this man was behind the unaliving and displacement of millions of people.
Anyway.
Coal-fired brick ovens. Here we can see Yale in 1786, and more importantly, the students. Here we go. Excuse me, Robert. Can I trouble you for a sheet of papyrus? I seem to have forgotten my journal. I suppose I could part with one sheet. My father is in the papyrus business, after all.
Bro, how are people paying $5,000 for school taxes and these fucking teachers literally don't have supplies?
Oh, thank you, Robert. Can I call you Bob?
Everything in the world is a fucking scam, bro.
Very well. And there we have it. Yale College and the chapel in 1786. Here we have a depiction in 1807. Just another little part. I mean, of course, universities are like little towns. Dozens, sometimes hundreds of buildings. Here's Old Brick Row in 1807. I love when they slip up. This is kind of a Freudian historical slip. Old Brick Row, one of the new buildings that served as one of 7 Chicago city halls, was called the Old Rook.
Zane, how the fuck did you take 11th grade off and live in Spain? In España? What the hell?
And when it was new. And here we have something similar. Here is Woosley Hull or something. Like I said, so many buildings. So here they'll just all be called hulls or whatever terms they use. Here's a look at the campus in 1906, a watercolor. Oh, thank you. And what do we see? Just a little city, like I was saying, a little town. Castles, cathedrals, 1, 2, 3 cathedrals on one block. Unbelievable.
4.
If it's not clear,
There's one right here. This is one. Bro, look, and they're all on these lines. What's up with that?
I'm not doing my job. How about these people down here? Maybe they would help paint a better picture. I can just hear the hooves of the horses clacking down the street, seeming absent of any construction of any kind. Everything just looks done. Beautiful. I would love to live in this little town and even have a horse. But that's not the point. This is a university. That is what we must accept. Here we see a cathedral in the background just popping out of the forest down back here. What is going on back here? Anyway, just a little peek at Yale. Here we see the law building, of course. Like I said, many buildings. So this is not a cathedral. Don't be confused here. No, this is simply a school building. That's all. Nothing to see here. This is just Yale. Not for you or me. So real quick, I've wasted so much time. How about Harvard? Founded in 1636. Even further back. 50 years older. How about a little look in 1767?
Dude, I do need a boot seller.
Oh yes, such a elegant time. What a beautiful collegiate experience this must have been. Strolling around with your lover, prancing around on your horse. What an interesting curriculum. A fine school. Before America is even America. Who needs progress at this point? Who needs anything? And again in 1906.
Milo, you're double boochin'? Let's fucking go, dude. I had a trilogy and now I'm having a frickin' guava goddess.
It's a little watercolor. Very thankful.
We're getting boot sloppy.
For these little watercolor images. And we have a massive cathedral-esque castle in the center, surrounded by a town. That's all. Wireless trams, horse and buggy. This is the beginning? Yes. And like I said, all of these things will be called hulls. And this looks very, very similar to a train station, again in Salt Lake City, and everywhere in the world. Anyway, here we are. Harvard. Really cathedral-like. This could be anything. Train station, cathedral, anything at all. And here it's just a hull. Sorry if you can hear my chickens. Princeton University. First picture of one of the hulls, just one of the hulls. This is the Ola Nasavika, whatever, 1760, Princeton.
Dude, one of my favorite John Levi-isms is whatever.
And here's that hull. Here it is. So, this baby's been here.
Oh, dude, you play a lot of RDR2? Oh my god, I put so many hours into Red Dead. I love that game. Are they ever going to make a third one? It's going to be like 2069. Who cares about Grand Theft Auto? right?
A long time. Just a hull, a mud-flooded hull. I see they've put boards over the windows over on this side. Here is the Princeton University Chapel, finished in 1928, sitting in the center of a courtyard here.
1928.
Secret
1928's another great year for chapels and stuff.
Chapel. And the Cleveland Tower, part of the Princeton University graduate.
No, I haven't seen a mango one. What's it called? My grocery store only has a couple flavors. It's annoying. They have less flavors than the bodegas, but the bodegas are crazy expensive.
College. There we go. I don't know why they needed this tower, or still need this tower. Very important to have a random tower. It's just called the tower, the Cleveland Tower. Okay. And the Firestone Library, the largest of Princeton's many libraries. Really nice tech up here. Let's have a quick peek at the library tower. We could do the same thing with Cambridge here, founded in 1284, looking like some beautiful residence. We could do the same with Oxford. And here I was looking at this engraving earlier of Oxford, and it says an engraving of Christ Church, Oxford, 1742. And finally, I was going to wrap this up with the Smithsonian. The Smithsonian is a very interesting story. It said this man, Mr. Smithson, was to bequeath his land to family upon his death, and if there was no family, it would be inherited by Washington, D.C. And lo and behold, he had no family. And Washington, D.C. is donated through inheritance by default in the will of this Mr. Smithson, and he has terms. And this is the Smithsonian Institute Castle. We see the Capitol, 1865. Here we go. Totally built out. Post-cataclysm. Trees growing in the road. And this Smithsonian man lays out a type of trust to the government and has terms. And to this day, they still abide to this stupid trust and the terms of it, donating millions to this institute. And this institute, in short, has been responsible for covering up a lot of this story, especially when pertaining to giants and all the remains of giant creatures. And I'm not talking too giant, just 2 or 3 times the size of regular people. And throughout history, we have newspaper articles and stories of discoveries, only to end with the Smithsonian taking possession of these archaeological finds and essentially burying them. When people look through their catalog,
yeah, John Levi's voice is prime bedtime.
There is no such evidence to be found. And how perfect the organization that is supposed to be the caretakers or the stewards of these artifacts become the deceivers. So that is way too much for today. Thank you so much. I hope you've enjoyed. I love you all. God bless. And I'll see you next week.
Do we care about this? More Peter Thiel? Or should we just watch more John Levi?
In the beginning, the internet was a miracle. A digital Wild West where information, money, knowledge, and culture could flow around the world with no limits.
Sucks.
It promised us a future where technology would set humanity free. It promised a future where power
Peter Thiel ruined it.
But somewhere along the way, that dream was corrupted. As the internet grew to become ubiquitous, the open frontier closed, and the dream of freedom became a nightmare of surveillance, consumerism, advertising, and control.
The Trump administration has tapped Palantir, the data mining company, to compile data on people in the United States for a master database.
The same technology that we had hoped would liberate us began dividing, manipulating, and watching on a scale that was previously unimaginable.
We power ICE. We power efforts to defend America and Ukraine. We've supported Israel. I don't know all the efforts we're involved in, but I and most Palantirians are very proud of this.
As the world drives off a cliff faster than we can react, with crisis after crisis, increasingly violent politics, polarized culture, and a general sense that life is getting worse for almost everybody.
The government shutdown hitting 1 month this morning, leaving nearly 42 million Americans who rely on food benefits without enough to eat.
trillion-dollar tech companies fly past previously impossible milestones.
Elon Musk has officially become the richest person in the world.
It feels like myself and everybody I know is asking ourselves, how did this happen and what are we supposed to do? But there's one person in particular who saw it all coming. After he helped create revolution.
Brother, you gotta fucking warn. This is a great transition, though. That's awesome. That's the Palantir logo. Bro, we needed a fucking warning. How dare you with that? That was great, though.
The richest person
that shocked me back alive, dude.
In the world.
It feels like myself and everybody I know is asking ourselves, how did this happen and what are we supposed to do? But there's one person in particular who saw it all coming. After he helped create revolutionary technology at the peak of the Silicon Valley boom, Peter Thiel would come to see democracy and humanity not as sacred, but as obstacles that he would have to destroy along the way to becoming far more powerful. This is the story of how the world got this way. This is the story of the man who owns it. This is the story of Peter Thiel. Peter Thiel was born in Germany, West Germany at the time, in Frankfurt in 1967, but his childhood wasn't the typical adolescent experience.
Bro, why isn't everyone like sounding the fucking alarms?
Of a European kid growing up in the 70s. The official story that pops up everywhere you look on the internet is simple. Peter Thiel's father was a chemical engineer that relocated his family between a couple of different countries to further his career during the 60s and the 70s. But that's only part of the picture as we come to see how his family would shape his worldview, his ambitions, and his approach to power and business. Because when you look at where they relocated to, it becomes obvious that there was a deeper ideology behind their moves. Because West Germany and
Is this guy actually gonna fucking go into the Nazi shit?
the late 1960s was finally rich, stable, and comfortable after embracing capitalism, democracy, and progress following the chaos and destruction of World War II. Not only were they growing faster than East Germany, but they had one of the strongest economies in Europe overall.
Tower of Radio Free Berlin. The view from the top is a favorite of Willy Brandt's. From up here, he can see the ultra-modern Congress Hall he hopes will one day house an all-German parliament.
And on the surface, they had it all together, but behind the scenes, things were falling apart existentially. Basically, even while they were trying to move on from their tragically blood-stained past, there were still former Nazis sitting in government positions, teaching in universities, and running corporations all over the country. And the younger generation who were born after the war were waking up to that reality with shame and disgust, feeling that older Germans were content to avoid the truth by ignoring the nasty past.
The scenes of violence in Berlin streets were ugly. They were echoed in other German cities as the students grouped into menacing armies. One of their aims was to stop the distribution of all Springer newspapers. Force was met with force.
More than politics or economics, it was a fight about what kind of country Germany would be in the future. Would they ignore their Nazi history and let it continue to exist under the surface, or would they walk away from it for good? And unrest became outrage after a 26-year-old university student was shot in the back of the head by police during a protest. And so within a year, there would be a variety of demonstrations around the country that ultimately changed German culture forever. Countless professors, administrators, and politicians with Nazi pasts were pushed out of power. And in the end, the idea of never again became central to Germany's new identity as the next generation chose to follow a more modern, progressive path. But the Thiel family were not progressives. His father, Klaus Friedrich Thiel, was born in Germany in 1938, meaning that Peter Thiel's grandparents were adults during the Nazi Party's rise to power, and his family did not embrace the liberal wave of post-war Europe. Their answer to these problems would be to leave Germany forever. After a year spent in Cleveland, they would then move to Southwest Africa, a South African territory that later became the country of Namibia, where Klaus Thiel would help manage the development of the Rosing uranium mine. The Rosing mine is one of the mines that was used in South Africa's illegal weapons operation that sold the ingredients for nuclear weapons to countries like France, Israel, and China during a time when the
Israel? A Nazi was mining for Israel? Why? Freaking why? That doesn't make sense. I thought the Mossad was going around and hunting all these Nazis down and killing them. Klaus fucking Friedrich Thiel was right there selling them fucking uranium. I'm so confused. The story is just so confusing. Ugh. I wish my pretty little brain could handle this kind of information. I'm just too stupid to piece it all together. But to me, it really feels like something's a lie here. Why would Israel be working with Nazis running their uranium mines? What the frick? I just don't get it. Wish I was smarter, dude. Fuck.
The international community was pushing hard to limit nuclear proliferation. But more important than the mine was the town itself. The Teals would stay in Swakopmund, a town of 25,000 people that sits between the Atlantic Ocean and the vast Namib Desert. Not only were they living in South Africa during the violent era of apartheid, but despite its small size and isolated location, the town of Swakopmund itself was significant for many post-war Germans. And that's because it was one of the few places that ex-Nazis weren't just welcome, but were even celebrated. Swakopmund was settled in 1892 as the main harbor for German Southwest Africa, a colony that Germany controlled for just a few short decades before losing it during World War I, although it would remain a culturally German beach resort town, mainly because the southwest Namib Desert was impossibly far away from the rest of the world, surrounded by nothing but oceans of sand and 2 centuries worth of shipwrecks. And it was in this isolated, backwater environment that former Nazis felt free to be themselves, and not as a quiet minority or a fringe community. The story goes that in Swakopmund, it was common to greet others with Heil Hitler. A 1970s New York Times article would describe the town as more German than Germany, with streets named in German and Main Street shops dedicated entirely to goods imported from Germany. Even as late as 1989, the Nazi flag was—
And they worked for Israel? What? Dude, please, someone put this together for me. Help me understand. Please.
Was flown from the tallest building in the town to mark the 100th anniversary of Hitler's birthday. And that's where Peter Thiel and his family lived until he was 11 years old. After a decade, when the mine was finished, the Thiels would move back to the US, where they would settle in the Bay Area of California in a suburb south of San Francisco.
Nice!
Peter Thiel's biographer paints his childhood in California.
Oh, what a dork. Look at this dork. What a fucking nerd, dude. Peter Thiel. What a loser. Where's his name? I don't even see it.
As full of contradictions. During classmate interviews, former friends would call him joyless and vain at the same time. Because as a young teen, he was very much the archetypical 1980s nerd. If nothing else brought him happiness, Peter Thiel was downright obsessed with science fiction and fantasy, reading The Lord of the Rings over 10 times and naming Isaac Asimov as another favorite author. Naturally, Dungeons & Dragons was his favorite game to play, where he would often take the role of Dungeon Master, the director that controls the game's reality for other players. But despite that, he would, quote, never hide that he was intelligent.
He's like, you're all my slaves. You're all my slaves. That's the whole game. Build me things. Wah.
At 12 years old, he was one of the highest-ranked young chess players in all of California, putting a sticker on his chess set that said "Born to Win," although in reality, he was known for losing his cool and getting angry when he did lose. But growing up in the 80s, he faced a lot of bullying for these interests, and by the time he entered the second half of high school—
I would bully the fucking shit out of Peter.
His classmates would notice that the bullying he had gone through didn't really affect him much, as his awkwardness became outright arrogance. One of his friends would later say, Peter never tried to hide the fact that he was the smartest guy in the room. One story comes from his senior year, where even after being accepted into Stanford, one of the top universities in the country, Thiel risked his entire college career by taking the SAT for underclassmen for $500 each, a side hustle that, while lucrative, could have also had him thrown out of college before he even got there. But anecdotes about Peter Thiel's personality would only get stranger as he started college at Stanford University, and his own unique worldview and ambitions began to take shape after a deeply unconventional childhood. Upon being accepted into Stanford University, Peter Thiel didn't follow the trend of going into computer science that was soon going to turn the entire Bay Area into the worldwide center of the technology boom. Instead, he chose to pursue a degree in philosophy. But it wasn't the education itself that would define his time at Stanford. Instead, we can look at it as the place where Peter Thiel's deep, lifelong relationship to politics and technology began. He's this kid that was raised in severely conservative German South Africa, and then he arrives at this progressive-leaning university in Northern California after being raised by a father who was willing to move continents a half-dozen times to avoid liberalism, and a childhood spent in a town that practically worshipped Nazis, and now he's walking right into the epicenter of 1980s progressivism.
And he works for the CIA to boot. What the fuck?
Students at his school were some of the most empathetic, bleeding heart, politically extreme group of kids in modern history. But instead of being swept up into the rising tide of progressivism, Peter Thiel would find himself deeply at odds with the world around him. He would lean into his upbringing and heritage, doubling down and turning ideological confrontation into a cornerstone of who he was in a way that would last for the rest of his life.
Laws made white people officially superior, and the large black majority faced discrimination in every aspect of their lives. Living, doing business, or owning land in white areas was banned. There were separate public facilities, transport, and schools. Interracial marriage was banned. Many had no right to citizenship and were regarded as aliens in major cities.
In the mid to late 1980s, the state of politics in South Africa was becoming a central concern on college campuses around the US. Increased media attention had created a level of student outrage that hadn't been seen since the Vietnam War, putting the spotlight on the institutionalized racial segregation, violence against black citizens, and massive economic inequality.
When conflict erupted in the 1980s, with anti-apartheid activists frequently shot at, beaten, or arrested,
students held protests on campus all over the country in an attempt to compel institutions to stop doing business with South African companies for as long as the crimes against humanity continued. Protest leaders would declare, "We don't want our education financed by the blood of the South African people." At Columbia in New York, hundreds of students and even some professors would blockade an academic building for over 3 weeks before the university finally cut all ties from South African companies. Stanford itself was particularly consequential. Over 1,000 students would sit in at Stanford alone, and in the end, the university's administrators would threaten to sell off enough stock in Motorola that the company agreed to cease sales of electronics to South African military forces. In the same way that students had shifted national consciousness in West Germany 20-something years earlier, now American students were turning apartheid from something distant and easy to ignore into a moral crisis that forced universities and companies to face the truth. And in the end, their protesting meaningfully contributed to the country's government eventually being sanctioned by the Reagan administration, which itself ended up being a huge turning point against the South African regime.
Both the government and its opponents should begin a dialogue about constructing a political system that rests upon the consent of the governed, where the rights of majorities and minorities and individuals are protected by law.
It was here that Peter Thiel stood as a college student, having just begun his education at one of the most progressive and outspoken schools in the country, at a time when nearly everybody was united in drawing attention to a gross injustice happening across the world. But that gross injustice just happened to be the one that he spent his childhood not just benefiting from, but celebrating. And so in the company of his peers, Peter Thiel would become known for openly dismissing the anti-apartheid movement as overblown. During conversations with his fellow students, he would say that apartheid works, defending it as a good economic system, which ended up earning him various accusations of ignorance, arrogance, or just plain.
He said it's a good economic system. He's like, we got to have slaves, dude. It's fucking awesome.
Racism. But after his ideas were outright rejected by the people around him, he wouldn't stop there. In fact, 20-year-old Peter Thiel would
segregated people is fucking sick.
Double down and embark on the journey that would define the rest of his life, beginning a career full of what I would call ideological entrepreneurialism. And so in 1987, when Peter Thiel was in his second year of Stanford's philosophy program, he co-founded a student publication called the Stanford Review, and the paper had one goal: to advocate for conservative
Red Shield? Rothschild? Maybe.
ideas at his famously liberal university. But it wasn't just inspired by political debates between himself and the other undergraduates. In the late 80s, Stanford was going through a serious period of change. Looking to modernize their approach to the humanities, they replaced a Western culture course with a program called Culture, Ideas, and Values that, quote, focused on diversity and multiculturalism. It was also mandated that the new program would include more works by women or non-white authors, and that professors should be non-white as well. And so in response, Thiel's paper presented itself as an objective forum for rational debate, claiming to present alternative views on a wide range of current issues in the Stanford community. And in one early edition of the paper, we can see this immensely revealing mission.
Is this another person? Oh, it is. Who the fuck is this?
Statement. Whenever debates do take place within the Stanford community, they're too often confined to an emotional level. Name calling like "that's racist," "he's a communist," "you're a fascist" is the norm, even though it rarely leads anywhere. In the Stanford Review, we will confine ourselves to rational argumentation, which will hopefully lead to rational thought and rational solutions. The emotional type of debate, on the other hand, has had a dismal track record of polarizing views and provoking irresponsible solutions. With this paper coming all the way from the late 80s, almost 40 years ago, it's almost shocking how it feels like it was written at the height of today's culture wars. Politically correct versus politically incorrect, rightoids versus libtards. Basically, it was the highbrow version of a Ben Shapiro debate compilation. But it's important to remember that it went even deeper than Peter Thiel disagreeing with liberalism or being an arrogant undergrad. These grievances he laid out in the paper were personal. While he may have written that it was all for the sake of debating and considering all viewpoints and being rational, in reality, Peter Thiel very much knew what side of the debate he was on. It's the same tactic that's used by a lot of the debate personalities around today. Acting like your position comes from a desire to advocate for ideological diversity and rationality and free speech, that can be a powerful tool to give the feeling of neutrality to what is in reality a very, very biased position. When you read excerpts from Peter Thiel's writing at the time, you know exactly what I'm talking about. It's very, very recognizable to the same type of debate tactics that people use today.
The reason we have racial tensions in our society, the reason we have other kinds of tensions, is not because...
Bro, there are no bigger ears in the game other than Peter Thiel. Holy shit. Look at that forehead. Look at that Zohran Mamdani forehead, too. Holy guacamole. Right, boo-boo? Right? You got your bloop blop out? Nope. Her bleep blop's in. Can I hold you and show the people? Let me just show everyone. It's okay, it's okay. It's okay. There's Mushka. There's my big girl. Her heart's pounding. It's okay, boo-boo. Look at everyone. Okay, okay. You're okay. Yeah. She was such a good little baby yesterday. She let me... I held her up against my chest, and I was able to cut all of her front nails. It was epic, dude. We were a good team. And then at the end, on the last one, she looked at me and went, ooh, she didn't like that. I was mimicking you. That was you.
There's a problem with racism and other forms of oppression, but because people are looking for these things too much.
And so by founding his own paper, one that would go against the grain of everyone around him, he was able to build his own stage instead of being forced to conform to the dominant campus culture at the time. But for Peter Thiel, instead of just coming out of a desire to be contrarian to those he didn't align with, his disagreements were true to him. And that's because he grew up in South Africa in a culture that was essentially outside of the Western world. Thousands of miles away from Europe or North America, sandwiched between the barren desert and the vast ocean, progress or neoliberalism was not a concern for the people of Swakopmund. Peter Thiel's family raised him on an island of extreme conservatism, where you could openly praise Hitler and celebrate racial oppression with no pushback whatsoever. His contrarianism wasn't uninformed. It was, in fact, a reflection of his entire life so far. It just so happened that his writings were also a great early glimpse into the culture war that would later escape college campuses and define American social politics for the last decade and a half.
Yay, Ben Shapiro! God, they have so many cucks, right, dude?
After graduating from Stanford Law School in the early 90s, Peter Thiel spent a couple of years rapidly hopping between jobs around the world. By the time he had turned 30, he had been a clerk for a federal judge in Alabama, a securities lawyer at a multi-billion-dollar firm in New York City. He was then hired as a trader at a bank in Switzerland. And in the middle of all of that, he picked up experience writing speeches at the office of Reagan-era Education Secretary William Bennett. And while all of these were highly qualified jobs, they weren't exactly notable. And with Thiel not staying at any of them for more than a year, I'm guessing he probably knew that. And so at the age of 29, in 1996, Peter Thiel goes back to California.
Dude, his resume reads so federal, right? It's crazy federal, eh?
California. But this time he had a plan, because he was walking right into one of the most explosive moments in the history of business, the birth of the internet economy. And by the time Thiel had returned home in the late 90s, the Bay Area had become something entirely new. Startup culture was taking over as tech giants popped up out of nowhere. Venture capital was raising billions, millionaires were made overnight, and there was a general sense that just about everything in the world could be remade on the internet if you moved fast enough. And Northern California had become the center of this new digital frontier.
An enormous amount of venture capital pouring into Silicon Valley. I mean, in the tens of billions of dollars was being poured in, and frankly being distributed to anybody who could, raise their hand and say, yes, I think I have a clever business idea.
There was a part of me during the dot-com boom that was going, this seems really stupid, but it seems to be working. I mean, these guys are making a lot of money somehow. Maybe I just don't get it, right?
And so when he got back to California, he found Thiel Capital Management, raising around $1 million with help from friends and family, which should probably raise your eyebrow. And he turns it into his own little self-directed venture capital fund to capitalize on the internet economy boom. But again, he was a philosophy student with a law degree. He didn't study business, he didn't study computer science. And so his plan to capitalize on the internet economy was to create his own vehicle to invest into other people's ideas and hopefully turn a profit in a time when it seemed like just about anybody could start their own online company.
Everyone is turning into millionaires overnight from stock options and IPOs, and it was just, it's kind of enticing when you're fresh out of college and you see all that stuff and all the magazines and everything. You're just like, that's the place I need to go.
But after a major investment,
the dot-cuck bubble, geez Louise,
to a friend's online calendar project collapsed almost immediately, Thiel was back at square one. But instead of going back to a career in law that it seemed like he was never particularly interested in to begin with, Peter Thiel started building his own company with no idea that it would do far more than just make him rich, but actually fundamentally change how the world uses money. But first he went through even more failure. With the same set of friends from the last company, Peter Thiel co-founded Confinity, a company—
Wait, hold on, I want to see this.
WUSA 9 News at 6 starts right now with breaking news in the ongoing government shutdown. Thank you for being here with us. I'm Lorenzo Hall.
I'm Leslie Foster. The FAA just announced it will cut back on air traffic at dozens of airports starting on Friday if this shutdown continues.
All right, so let's talk about what we know right
Dude,
now.
Honestly,
this decision
I wonder if the shutdown will ever end.
Will impact 40 markets that are considered, quote, high volume. We are making calls right now to find out if any of our local airports will be impacted.
Yeah, the FAA says air traffic in those markets will be reduced by 10%, and this is all trying to ease the burden on those air traffic controllers who have continued to work now for 36 days without pay.
When we see pressures building in these 40 markets, we just can't ignore it, and we're not going to wait for a safety problem to truly manifest itself when the early indicators are telling us we can take action today to prevent, things from deteriorating.
So FAA officials plan to meet with airline executives later tonight to talk about implementing those flight reductions.
Interesting.
company with an initial product that was convoluted and not really that relevant even back then. Basically, their software allowed users to send money between Palm Pilot devices, pocket-sized touchscreen computers that were popular at the time and could be used to take notes, save contact info and calendar events, and other administrative tasks. And being able to beam money between these devices was an interesting concept, but in practice, it was somewhat of an awkward failure. Palm Pilots, while popular with the tech yuppie crowd, weren't really widely adopted by ordinary people. There were only around 5 million devices in circulation at the time, and that was a pretty low ceiling on how popular something like PayPal could become. On top of that, though, it was pretty clunky. Early team members would later say that as far as actually using the app was concerned, no one could really think of anything to do with it besides splitting the tab after dinner.
When we started PayPal, the initial product was an infrared beaming device on Palm Pilots for sending money. It was voted one of the 10 worst business ideas in 1999, and 1999 was a year where there were many bad ideas in technology.
But they would quickly realize that despite their lack of success, they had unintentionally built technology that could be easily applied elsewhere. In the mid to late 90s, being able to conveniently and safely make online purchases was extremely difficult. If you wanted to buy something on the computer, you would either write a check and mail it, which could take weeks to clear and was subject to fraud on both sides. It was an option to type your credit card information directly into an unsecured form on a merchant's website, but you'd have to trust they wouldn't overcharge you or just end up stealing it. Or you could use software like Cybercash or eGold, which were incredibly primitive and hard to get into for most users. Essentially, there was no real way for ordinary people to make online purchases, even while websites like eBay and Amazon were becoming incredibly popular. And this lack of convenience was a huge barrier towards further growth. Sending money orders in the mail to buy something on Amazon wasn't going to work anymore if the internet wanted to see widespread adoption. It was going to have to be easy, convenient, and safe. And so Peter Thiel and his team set out to apply their Palm Pilot technology, then called PayPal, to the entire internet. Along the way, they would merge with Elon Musk's X.com, a popular online banking and money transfer app, and they would combine technologies, creating one website where anyone in the world with an email address and access to a computer could send or receive money online. And even though they launched right before the collapse of the dot-com bubble that was so bad it took the American stock market years to recover from,
after what they are already calling Black Friday, they are counting up the damage on Wall Street tonight.
In the spring of 2000, the stampede reversed.
And sent the Dow and the NASDAQ plummeting. It was the worst single-day point loss ever for both exchanges.
Some person or some groups of people, and I think it was mainly the large institutional investors, stood up and said, no, I'm not putting another $100 million in this company because you've not made any progress to getting profitable.
PayPal only kept growing. With a viral marketing trick where they would offer $10 for every new user to try out the service, they went from tens of thousands to hundreds of thousands to millions of users in just 18 months. They had, against all odds, become one of the fastest growing online companies with almost 200 employees and $100 million in revenue. Even the press couldn't deny that their success was exceptional. They would write, e-currencies have rarely been worth the paper that they're not printed on. But with a potent viral marketing gimmick and a dose of dumb luck, PayPal is making person-to-person transactions pay. And so in 2002, they were ultimately acquired by eBay, one of their biggest partners for whom they had made online checkouts possible for $1.5 billion. But the story goes that many of PayPal's original founding employees had a hard time adjusting to the more traditional corporate culture at their new parent company, and it would only be 1 or 2 years before almost every single one of them had walked away. Although that wasn't the end of the story, because the team that had built PayPal would go on to have possibly the most wide-ranging collective success story in the history of Silicon Valley. Max Levchin, one of PayPal's co-founders, would found Affirm, the company that initially popularized buy now, pay later services online. Elon Musk obviously became the wealthiest man on earth. Reid Hoffman, PayPal's former executive vice president, would found LinkedIn. Several former PayPal engineers and designers would form the team that founded YouTube and sold it to Google for billions of dollars. Another software developer from
These people are so ugly.
PayPal would co-found Yelp. Another one would later work as the CEO of Reddit, and that's only a few examples. Basically, the
Reddit are a bunch of cucks, right?
percentage of early PayPal employees that would later become highly influential serial entrepreneurs was high.
And part of what was interesting in these companies was
or were they selected and were their companies made to be successful because they work for the CIA? Just putting that out there. Just wondering.
That the diversity of all of them, that like none of the content is exactly the same. If you look at this, LinkedIn is about kind of professional networking, YouTube is about video, Tesla electronic cars, SpaceX launches spaceships, Yammer, which is business communication.
And their success rate was even higher. Some of the biggest internet companies around today came out of this one small group.
This is PayPal today, which is a global company. It's a unicorn before the term unicorn, and it is spinning out of eBay later this year. But the more interesting story is about what is called the PayPal Mafia, which is the group of people behind this. And more value was created after the, essentially after PayPal than was in the initial period. And so
but Peter Thiel wouldn't found any other companies at all, because tech itself wasn't the full story of what he was trying to do. Even in early interviews during their first initial growth spurt, he would speak candidly with journalists about how he envisioned PayPal's political purpose. Thiel believes his company could ultimately compete with titans like American Express, but the prize he has in mind is bigger than a place in the Dow. He hopes to make PayPal a vehicle of geopolitical liberation. The ability to move money fluidly and the erosion of the nation-state are closely related, he explains. With a PayPal account, anyone on the internet can transfer value with greater anonymity than they could with a Swiss bank account. Hard to tax, harder to regulate, and nearly impossible to control. In other words, PayPal was crypto before crypto existed, a libertarian dream of money without government oversight.
And that's the kind of choice governments like China, India, some of these other countries are going to face. They will either have to shut down the telecommunications network and make it illegal for you to own a cell phone, or they will have to basically give up the kind of monetary sovereignty they've had and the enormous power that they've been able to wield as a result of this kind of sovereignty over the last many, many years.
And so by all
Dude, he's just such a loser all around, right?
accounts, Peter Thiel had not set out to be a CEO. Everything he had worked on to that point, even his billion-dollar tech company, had been ideologically motivated. And so instead of going off to found another tech company and chase after the next billion-dollar product like all of his friends from PayPal had, Peter Thiel would instead double down on what he believed in and go in a completely different direction, seeking to build a new level of influence and control bigger than any widget or app that he could help develop. PayPal was a revolutionary product, one of the biggest tech companies of its entire generation. And it wasn't just that they had gotten lucky during a moment of growth in tech, they had legitimately revolutionized the use of money online. But on Peter Thiel's resume, it was an outlier. He was a philosophy student who ran a paper at school. He was into politics and debates, culture wars, and
he's sweaty as fuck here.
His work experience was as a lawyer. Developing software, managing a huge team, being the figurehead of a tech company, that never really seemed like it was part of his plan. So even in a moment where the entire world would have jumped to invest in Peter Thiel's companies, he simply walks away. But he didn't disappear. Instead, he was actually going to go bigger, focusing his energy on bringing his philosophies to life across the entire tech industry. In the early to mid-2000s, Peter Thiel founded a long list of venture capital firms. Clarium Capital was first, a hedge fund that he founded almost immediately after PayPal was sold. And while it was successful, his investing career didn't really kick off until he became the first outside investor in Facebook, buying 10% of the company for $500,000 in 2004, at a time when the platform had less than 100,000 users. Then the year after that, while his shares in Facebook were well on their way to being worth tens of millions of dollars, he opens Founders Fund, a venture capital firm that would quickly reach a portfolio worth $20 billion by making early investments in SpaceX, Airbnb, DeepMind, Spotify, Stripe, Neuralink, OpenAI, Figma, Affirm, Polymarket, Credit Karma, Lyft, Wish, and many other massive companies. In 2008, he would invest in the Seasteading Institute, a company founded by Milton Friedman's grandson that aimed to create permanent, autonomous ocean cities that could exist without interference from any government entity. In 2011, he founded Breakout Ventures, another VC firm, this time for the purpose of investing in biotechnology. And ultimately, almost all of Peter Thiel's investments pointed towards one vision of what technology could do for civilization: expanding freedom, putting power in the hands of people, connecting the world beyond the barriers of banks, languages, government, and nationality. As the first investor in Facebook, he helped build a platform that wasn't just a social network, but a digital ecosystem that redefined how humanity could communicate and do business across the world. And then, being the first institutional investor in SpaceX, he showed that ambitious space exploration, which was once the exclusive domain of entire governments, could be achieved through private enterprise and entrepreneurial vision. Even more of his investments, companies like Airbnb, Spotify, and Lyft, they were, at their core, telling a story of decentralizing things like hotels, the music industry, taxis. He was dissolving old institutions into digital platforms and creating freedom by allowing direct digital connections. And again, this was at its core who Peter Thiel had always been. He starts out as a student of philosophy, someone obsessed with ideas and debates. His college project wasn't an app or a device or a website, it was a newspaper. And so in a time when technology was becoming the new frontier of humanity, Peter Thiel became the philosopher king, someone who never stopped asking, how do we innovate faster and build towards a better future as quickly as possible?
Companies. You're trying to do things with self-driving cars and supposedly with asteroid mining, although maybe that's just part of the propaganda ministry. And you're doing more than Microsoft or Apple or a lot of these other companies. Amazon's the only one, in my mind, of the big tech companies that's actually reinvesting all its money, that has enough of a vision of the future that they're actually able to reinvest all their profits.
They make less profit than Google does.
But if we're living in an accelerating technological world and you have 0% interest rates in the background, you should be able to invest all of your money in things that will return it many times over. And the fact that you're out of ideas, maybe it's a political problem, the government's outlawed things, but it's...
But even though Peter Thiel had built this crazy reputation as the libertarian technology philosopher, building a more free future through the internet, something completely different was forming underneath his idealism. Because despite everything he seemed to be trying to create, it would quickly become apparent that what he had actually made was something else entirely. On September 11, 2001, the world changed forever when Al-Qaeda flew 2 Boeing 767s into the World Trade Center, killing almost 3,000 people in the deadliest terror attack in history.
Never forget, boys. Father, Son, and the Holy George H.W. Bush Ghost. Speak of the devil, his sonny, Lucifer.
For people who are old enough to remember, they talk about airport checkpoints getting stricter and the general mood of the era, but more than that, it was a
We will never forget. We never forget every single night, right, boys? We could never forget.
a fundamental change. The government put together the Department of Homeland Security, they passed the Patriot Act. It was the dawn of mass surveillance billed as security. Because the problem wasn't that they had no idea the attacks were coming. Instead, the legacy of America's response to 9/11 was one of uncoordinated incompetence. Prior to the attacks, multiple hijackers who were involved in 9/11 were known to the CIA, but were never placed on any watch list.
What?
Even 5 or 6 years before 9/11 happened, intelligence agencies knew that terrorists had plans to use airplanes as weapons, but had never specifically planned on how to prevent that happening. Basically, the fact that 9/11 happened at all was a deep...
Literally, the buildings were designed to survive a plane crash. And if you notice, the towers collapsed from the bottom, so they were fine. It was the secondary demolition, the actual demolition, because the plane was just the distraction. Silly nitwitches. 16-minute warning your time.
Institutional failure, and Americans knew this. But one thing that Peter Thiel had always been good at was spotting opportunities, and what he would realize was that the threat of terrorism in America connected directly to what he and his team had built at PayPal. Because really, for the first time ever, it was a tech startup processing oceans of data from all over the world. I mean, more than any one bank, more than any group individually, PayPal could see everything that anyone was doing on their platform. And at the same time, as they grew naturally, they had to start preventing financial crimes and fraud on the platform. To do that, they had to build highly sophisticated algorithms that could reach far and wide and detect patterns to prevent fraud. And so when the whole country realizes that 9/11 probably could have been prevented, Peter Thiel realizes that he may have already built the tech to do it. Thiel brings in Alex Karp to lead the company as CEO.
Oh, Alex crap. We fucking hate him.
Another non-technical philosopher who had degrees in social theory and worked in tech-adjacent fields. And he would later say, about their early years, we couldn't, for the life of us, get any venture capitalist in California to invest in Palantir. The story goes that Michael Moritz, the head of gigantic venture capital firm Sequoia, would doodle through an entire meeting, and one of his colleagues would lecture the Palantir team about how the company was undoubtedly going to fail. Eventually, Peter Thiel himself had to put $30 million of his own money in to get Palantir off the ground. But even years later, after they had been developing the product for 6 or 7 years, journalists in the early 2010s would still write that no one seemed to know what exactly Palantir does. And so it remained as this kind of quiet project in the background.
The name tells you they're a bunch of spies because they're German Nazis. He's literally German. He went to a Nazi school. It's not that hard, guys. It's so fucking in our face at this point. Ah!
While Peter Thiel's much more prolific investing career brought him into the upper echelon of Silicon Valley. By 2012, the company's revenue had passed...
I do like this video's called The Antichrist is Here.
$300 million, and Peter Thiel would go on record saying that one day soon, Palantir will be as big as Facebook. But still, people didn't exactly know what the company did. In 2015, right around the time that their valuation was about to pass $20 billion in total, TechCrunch published a leaked report that actually gave the public the first big insight into what Palantir really was. Basically, they parse data for huge organizations, like an organization so big that they have petabytes of information and such a wide range of different kinds of data that there's basically no way for one team or one person to make sense of all of it. Essentially, Palantir is a solution that makes it extremely easy to search for, visualize, and process huge amounts of information. For example, Palantir helped the SEC convict Bernie Madoff, the New York banker whose Ponzi scheme was worth almost $70 billion in the late 2000s, by making it easy for them to search through 40 years of records and over 20 terabytes of data to build a case against him.
Bernie Madoff said he had no excuses before a federal judge sentenced him to 150 years for masterminding the biggest Ponzi scheme in world history.
Palantir explains that it's a tool set for use in human analysis on its website, and we now understand that the service is pretty much a smarter way of displaying data for analysis by humans. It's capable of building comprehensive models of activity to detect suspicious anomalies, and it's even able to provide immunity to fraud thanks to strategies the founders learned while still at PayPal. Palantir's anti-fraud system uses algorithms to detect and isolate patterns designated by analysts. This approach was inspired by the need to combat adaptive threats at PayPal. At the same time, though, that wasn't all it could be used for. One of their big clients was the LAPD, who was using Palantir as a tool for predictive policing, using the software to track and connect potential suspects all around the city and helping police officers prioritize which neighborhoods to patrol more than others. Starting in 2012, it was also used by the New Orleans Police Department, who secretly relied on Palantir to map gang networks and predict who might commit violence before it happened. The program scraped arrest records, social media, and police reports to flag specific individual residents of the city as higher risk. But at the same time, lawyers would later argue that criminal defendant rights had been violated by keeping the use of such software a secret from the community. Samuel Redding, former Marine who works in Afghanistan for the NEK Advanced Securities Group, was quoted in a document as saying that Palantir is the combination of every analytical tool that could ever exist. He said, "You will know every single bad guy in your area." Even New York City's police department secretly licensed Palantir for years, using it to connect arrest records, license plate data, and other information to connect crimes and people. TechCrunch's article also revealed
the reptile Baratheon says, "Agreed, brother."
revealed that as of 2013,
brother, get it? Baratheon.
Palantir was in use by at least 12 groups within the US government, including the CIA, the NSA.
Where was Aunt Deb on 9/11? Let us know.
The FBI, every three-letter agency you could think of was using their software to turn oceans of data into easily digestible information that made spying and law enforcement easier and more accurate. It all sounds like something that would horrify Peter Thiel, but Peter Thiel was no longer the same person he used to be, and we can see the exact moment he changed. In the early 2000s, Peter Thiel wrote an essay called The Straussian Moment as a holistic overview of his general perspectives right around the time when Palantir was starting to get its first big contracts and the world in general was changing fundamentally with regards to almost everything, economically, militarily, for better or for worse. This was a pretty important moment. And what he wrote was that America's constitutional system, the rules of our democracy itself, have become a barrier to progress, saying that the checks and balances meant to protect freedom.
He's like, I want to put fucking chips in people's heads, and this fucking democracy shit is getting in the way of that, and it's bothering me. Okay?
Now prevent any direct path forward. And so in this moment of instability, terror attacks, and wars, instead of reforming the system, Peter Thiel proposes something far darker, replacing it. He wrote that instead of the United Nations filled with interminable and inconclusive parliamentary debates that resemble Shakespearean tales told by idiots, we should consider Echelon, the secret coordination of the world's intelligence services, as the decisive path to a truly global Pax Americana. Basically, Peter Thiel is saying that democracy is too inefficient to save.
He said the world's intelligent. He's literally saying the CIA. He's such a cuck. He's such a cuck in action, right?
Civilization from the existential threats outside, and that real order and progress will have to come from a new kind of power, a power that operates outside the restrictions of government. And so for him, the future didn't look libertarian or even democratic at all. It's technocratic, elite, and hidden. A world ruled not by votes, but by data, surveillance, and the people who control it. And judging by what he was doing with Palantir...
Sounds like Rehoboam. Sounds like Rehoboam. Sounds like Westworld is real.
The way that it was a very clear contradiction compared to the rest of his career up till this point, it seems pretty clear that Peter Thiel's idea of what the world should look like had changed fundamentally. And so the Straussian moment wasn't just an essay, it was a roadmap. The same way that he had invested in tech with a philosophical point of view in the years prior, now he was going to do the same, but with a fundamentally different vision than before. With Palantir, Peter Thiel wasn't just imagining a world of surveillance and power, he was building it. And what happened next was going to solidify nearly every idea he'd already been playing around with in his head. But he also wasn't alone. Peter Thiel wasn't the only person who saw new opportunities and ideas taking shape as the age of surveillance dawned in the 2000s and the world pretty clearly changed forever. A small but influential movement was quickly gaining clout on the internet with a series of ideas that attempted to explain a possibly more effective replacement for not just libertarianism, but American democracy in general. In their post-libertarian vision, freedom was no longer the goal of all goals. In fact, it would be almost the exact opposite. It all starts with Curtis Yarvin. Just a couple years younger than Thiel, he graduated from Brown University in 1992 and began a career in software development in Silicon Valley shortly after that. But in
this guy is such a fucking loser too. Dude, we're getting owned by losers, and ugly ones at that. Ugly, big-eared, German, Nazi losers. We're getting cooked by them. Embarrassing.
He began publishing essays on a personal blog under the anonymous name Mencius Moldbug, laying out a political philosophy called formalism that he saw as a potential replacement for all of the failings of the neoliberal order that dominates the Western world. Yarvin's writings relentlessly criticized liberal democracy, egalitarianism, and the notion of progress in general as detrimental to the advancement of society. He felt that civilization was being run into the ground by an amalgamation of universities and media companies called the Cathedral, who constantly preach a meaningless message of progress to the public while society decays over time. He described
Sorry, I keep biting my fucking nails in front of you guys. Gross.
democracy as chaos and tyranny, in the sense that if people don't actually know what's for the greater good and are being misled by the media, they may actually vote against meaningfully improving the world without knowing. And so Yarvin would essentially suggest that the values that had been passed down since the founding of America, individual liberty, constitutional government, progress, and human rights, had run their course and were no longer stable or useful. Instead, he would suggest a political system that combined corporatism with medieval feudalism, where a country could be run by a national CEO, a role that he described as a tech genius king, someone who had no limits on their authority and could ensure maximum growth and forward momentum for the country.
A monarch, a single focus of authority is, absolutely necessary.
Look at this fucking troll. This incel loser, bro.
necessary to run any integrated system efficiently. You could probably put any of the Fortune 500 CEOs in and say, okay, you're in charge of the executive branch, fix this. They'd probably do fine. They wouldn't be Hitler or Stalin.
In a time plagued by economic instability and seemingly endless war as Bush's neoliberal America transitioned to Obama's neoliberal America, Curtis Yarvin quickly built a small but dedicated audience of disaffected, unsatisfied libertarians, technologists, and rationalists who all felt similarly that politics was crumbling under its own weight and a better solution was necessary to push towards the future.
Yeah, I hope that's not true, but I agree, Peppa, that could be fucking weird. Or that could be happening. People are feeling very low, I think. Hopeless. I think soon the self-deletion rates are going to go through the roof if they aren't at that point already, but just unreported. I keep seeing people on TikTok who are like, I'm fine, don't send the ambulance to me. But I get why people do it. But just hang in there, buddies. It's gotta fall apart. It's coming. It's gonna. And then we're gonna pick ourselves up. It's gonna be awesome.
Pretty far out in a way that is worth thinking about.
There's this guy Curtis Yarvin who's written about some of these things. Are there people in the administration who are on signal groups with me? Yes, there are.
It only grew from there. Not everyone necessarily agreed with his calling for a total upending of civilization by replacing the government with a king, but there were a lot of people in the tech subculture who agreed that there was something wrong with the ineffective neoliberal status quo.
For years, Curtis Yarvin had been writing online about political theory and relative obscurity. His ideas were pretty extreme, that institutions at
Mencius Moldberg?
the heart of American intellectual life, like the mainstream media and academia, need to be dissolved. He also believes that government bureaucracy should be radically gutted, and that American democracy should be replaced by what he calls a monarchy run by a CEO.
Monarch is good, it's a neutral term.
Then came Nick Land. Land had been known as a provocative philosopher in the 1990s before disappearing into obscurity in China while struggling with a drug addiction. But in late
Dude, not only are we getting owned by a bunch of fucking ugly German Nazis, but there are a bunch of gay, ugly German Nazis hating on other gay people. And they're gay. They're also gay. Right? What the fuck? We're getting clowned on. Why are we getting goofed so hard? This is all such a big joke on us. We are the butt of the joke. For now. What a nightmare, right? So funny.
In 2012, he returned with a series of essays called The Dark Enlightenment, intending to build on Curtis Yarvin.
I do think they're trying to collapse the entire system because I think they want to do New World Order. Dude, do we gotta read fucking Curtis Yarvin shit to figure out exactly what they're gonna do next? I mean, these people tattle on themselves all the time. People just don't take them seriously.
Ideas a few years earlier. He would talk even more about the idea of capitalism as a basis for society itself instead of the long-held
We all
ideals.
just need to be Neo and Morpheus at the same time, brother. I'm trying to be one with fucking. I'm trying to be like, okay, I really believe it. I am the observer, and then nothing ever happens. You know? What the fuck? What do I gotta do? I'm like, I can grow a tree with my brain right there. Come on, I'm the observer. I believe. Nothing ever happens. So I'm trying to get my chi and my prana big. Trying to grow up my prana big time. Yeah, they want to martial law us. Yeah, I mean, dude, I went to the grocery store yesterday. Motherfucker was empty. The shelves loaded. Loaded up. I've never seen that grocery store that dead. The fuck? I don't know.
Progress, liberty, or humanism. Nick Land would also argue in favor of authoritarian governance, which he thought could provide greater stability, order, and growth than modern liberal democracy. Like Yarvin, he would write that democracy was fundamentally destined for tyranny and that modern progressive ideas had morphed into a secular religion of its own, worshipped by a howling, irrational mob of people while politicians pander as society races towards the bottom. His answer was simple: build an ultra-capitalist corporate medieval kingdom. Yes, an ultra-capitalist neo-feudal order. Nick Land literally wrote that society needs to return to the medieval era in an ultra-capitalist landscape ruled by an advanced technology with corporate principles. Curtis Yarvin envisioned it, and Nick Land turned it into a serious intellectual statement. But that wasn't all they had in common. They were both also racist. Curtis Yarvin had written that certain races are more naturally inclined towards slavery than others, while Nick Land has written repeatedly about the importance of racial hierarchies.
Not necessarily believe then that certain races would be better at governing a country than others.
Oh, I mean, again, you know, governing a country is just a skill, and you know, it's like the British in India would basically say, oh, this race is a governing race, this race is not a governing race, based on culture, based on tradition, based on biology. So you're saying, yes, certain races would be better at running governments than others. Would be better at doing anything. But
the one thing they didn't have was someone to make their dark vision.
They'd be better at doing anything. He's like, white people are better at doing everything. What are you talking about?
Of the future come true. And yeah, again, their writing was offensive and extreme, but it had come at a moment when extreme ideas felt needed.
Nick Land was a huge meth head too. That makes sense, dude. All of them are. They're all zooted, bro. Zooted and tooted.
Wars, financial crash that never ended, and institutions lying straight to people's faces, saying tear it down and crown a CEO was at least worth thinking about to a lot of people. The Dark Enlightenment provided a dramatic answer to the disillusionment of the age, arguing that the only way forward was paradoxically to go back to
I want to ascend. I don't want to come back here, but are we infinity trapped? Fucking feels like it, right, dude?
Older forms of authority, albeit augmented by modern technology and knowledge. And for Peter Thiel, after spending his whole career trying to innovate technology that could free the world,
Minnesota, the Midwest, Wisconsin. Happy 9/11. Let's take a toke, boys, for Milo. We may have 9/11 too close to the sun. All right, we're going to wrap up in about... We're going to find a good pause moment here. We'll finish this video tomorrow. Okay.
World, and now being frustrated and disappointed at the direction that politics, culture, and capitalism was going, these blogs felt like something designed in a lab to personally appeal to him. Curtis Yarvin and Nick Land had created the perfect blueprint to give Peter Thiel's multi-billion-dollar empire of philosophical technology a brand new purpose. He would become obsessed, investing in Curtis Yarvin's software projects and even writing his own essays building on their ideas. And the way that it manifested into his business empire was more extreme than anything he had done before. Because right after, literally months after the Curtis Yarvin-esque blog started gaining traction, came the worst recession since the Great Depression.
Collapsed, the mortgages couldn't be paid, and the banks essentially became insolvent.
The collapse of Bear Stearns was catastrophic. It was a wake-up call to Wall Street. That was a real tell in the unfolding in the house of cards coming crumbling down.
Mac said, man, I'm ripped. Nice, dude. You been getting your swole on? Doing some chin-ups? Oh, you mean... Well, not like that, but like... Yeah, I guess you shouldn't do, miming a bong. Right? You know what I'm talking about? Knock it off, guys.
Gigantic banks failed, middle-class families watched their savings vanish, homes were lost, and jobs disappeared.
I think this is the most significant financial crisis in the post-war period.
There are fears the sell-off will continue on Wall Street.
Soaring gas prices, falling home prices, and rising unemployment.
It was a moment that broke Peter Thiel's belief system, when the world's biggest free market, the thing that he believed in more than anything, crashed and had to be saved by the government.
On the second try, the House passes a sprawling $700 billion government rescue of the financial industry, sending it to the president, who will sign it into law.
And yeah, if you're like me and you were 8 years old when this happened, you might not remember how big of a deal that was, but when researchers looked back at 2008, they found that there were more than 10,000 extra suicides than the average should have been during the height of the global financial crisis. It was enough to make Peter Thiel's libertarian dreams die. But in Peter Thiel's eyes, the worst part of it all was something else. The fact that the government had used $500 billion of taxpayer money to bail out the same banks that had caused the problem in the first place.
Some of the largest lenders in America had made bad loans, bundled them into securities that were virtually worthless, insured them with companies that couldn't stand behind the insurance, and in the end, the federal government had bailed them out because we need these big banks to keep the economy going.
For Peter Thiel, he wasn't just upset about irresponsible government spending. Instead, he was questioning everything he had dedicated his life to so far. For someone who spent his whole life worrying about innovation and technological progress, this type of government action may as well have been the end of the world. And so in 2009, Thiel writes a short essay called The Education of a Libertarian, where he says that in spite of all the success he's experienced over the last 10 years building companies and investing with a libertarian
The Education of a Libertarian. Chapter 1. Be a pedophile.
goal, he no longer
JK, love my libertarians. Well, not those kind, you know, but I don't know, some of them are.
believes that his libertarian beliefs are going to be of much consequence at all. As an entrepreneur and investor,
Mac, you're going to be so ripped, brother. You're going to be pushing big chi, big prana.
I have focused my efforts on the internet. In the late 1990s, the founding vision of PayPal centered on the creation of a new world currency, free from all government control. By starting a new internet business, an entrepreneur can create a new world. The hope of the internet is that these new worlds will impact and force change on the existing social and political order. And I'll be honest, I get where Peter Thiel was coming from at this point in time. By the late 2000s or early 2010s, the political order had become pretty hollow. America was promised global cooperation, endless growth, free markets, but all we got was
zooted, tooted, boofing, and goofing, boys. That's what it's all about.
Global terror, endless war, and failing markets, and neither political party had a solid plan on what to do, if they would even acknowledge the problem at all. American politics was starting to feel like a stagnant, dying system that was allowing the country to fall apart while the citizens suffered. But the solution Peter Thiel came up with was a whole other problem. But I must confess that over the last 2 decades, I have changed dramatically on the question of how to achieve these goals. Most importantly, I no longer believe that freedom and democracy are compatible. Basically, Peter Thiel was starting to feel like he had done as much as he possibly could for the libertarian goal of freedom, and for the rest of it, the democratic system was starting to get in his way. And honestly, a lot of this article is kind of incoherent, but there's one section in particular
because he's fucking zooted and tooted, dude, and he's boofing and goofing.
That really reveals what Peter Thiel was thinking at the time. It says,
we're just new boot goofing.
Since 1920, the vast increase in welfare beneficiaries and the extension of the franchise to women, two constituencies that are notoriously tough for libertarians, have rendered the
You're welcome, Adriana.
Notion of capitalist democracy into an oxymoron. Essentially, he's writing that capitalism is not popular with the average person, the crowds, so to speak, and so as democracy grows, capitalists will only be more restricted and regulated. The more people who vote, the more likely it is that wealth redistribution will grow as well. As a libertarian capitalist, that's not the world Peter Thiel wants to live in. Basically, democracy and the concerns of the masses is constraining his ability, his liberty and freedom to build the future of entrepreneurship and capitalism. And so his answer is that he writes, the fate of our world may depend on the effort of a single person who builds or propagates the machinery of freedom to make the world safe for capitalism.
Antichrist.
And I kind of get what he was saying, at least up until this point. I think we all understand that our political system today is corrupt, it's inefficient, and doesn't really serve people.
Yeah, because of Peter Thiel. Who is this guy? Why is he back here?
And in a lot of ways, we aren't actually free. But where Peter Thiel deviates is that when he realized he couldn't make the world more free, his first thought was at least he could be the one in control. I mean, this literally says the fate of the world might depend on a single person who builds the machinery of freedom to make the world safe for capitalism. And so after years of trying to create freedom by building tech, Peter Thiel felt pretty defeated, and understandably so. PayPal never became the libertarian dream it was meant to be because of regulation and laws. Terror attacks then brought about an increase in surveillance over private citizens, and then a huge recession increased government spending and taxes and regulation more than ever before. But this is also where Palantir finally finds its purpose, to help Peter Thiel grab power and control. Because if the systems weren't going to function, at least he could be the one behind the wheel.
All right. That's a great stopping point. Fade to black. All right, boys. We're new boot goofing. We're going to be doing it tomorrow, too. Oh, he put his video back up. Well, we can watch it tomorrow. What the fuck is the elk theory? I don't want to hear the darkest theory ever. We're just new boot goofing, boys. Oh, wait, it's a new moon, right? Let's hit the moon. Oh, yes, brothers. Brothers in Lucifer. JK, fuck that guy. No, I don't know who they are. I don't know who's who. I don't know what's inverted. I don't know what's up, what's up, what's down. All I know is I'm gonna try my best to put on Akira while falling asleep on the couch. We'll most likely think about doing V for Vendetta. We'll see that it's 2 hours long and go, you know what? Let's just put on Vanderpump Rules. We know what's about to happen. Alright, boys. Let's breathe in. And breathe out. Is Akira just a 2-hour movie or it's a series? Oh, it's just a movie? Okay, that makes it more likely that I'll do it. We'll see. Threaded in light, boys. Close your eyes if you haven't already. Let the screen dim. Let the noise soften. And feel yourself settle. Not just in your body, but in the weave of it all. You've spent this time with your fellow weavers, laughing, learning, unraveling the world's knots. Now it's time to loop the final stitch. Take a deep inhale. Feel the breath fill the space between your ribs. Feel the spark of life that's always been there, quiet but steady. Exhale slowly. And imagine your energy spiraling down through your body, through your root, into the earth. Gaia. Let it return to Gaia. Not as exhaustion, but as an offering. A thank you. A soft bow. M'lady. I willy wike you, m'lady. M'wady. Breathe in again. This time feeling all the threads you've gathered. Truth, humor, chaos, connection. Each one a grid of light across the grid. Wait, a line of light across the grid. And exhale. And imagine these threads weaving themselves into something bigger. A cloak of protection, a net of resonance. A new cathedral made of breath and pixels and sacred clown joy. Feel yourself wrapped in it, held, connected, complete. Circuit complete, boys. Say quietly in your mind or out loud, what we weave becomes. The current returns to Gaia. The thread is never broken. Take one last deep breath together with us. Hold it and smile and exhale and breathe normally again and open your eyes and release. The stream may end, but the thread continues. We spiral again soon. Ain't that the truth, boys? Tomorrow, 6 p.m. Eastern Standard Time-o. Okay? I'm harmonizing with the song on my guitar. Dude, that's sick. Boom. Alright, boys. We gotta wrap up. We got yoga in the morning, boys. I wish you a namaste day, boys. Hope you have a good namaste day tomorrow, and I'll see you to check in tomorrow. Okay? Yeah. It's gonna be a good day. even when the rapture or whatever they're planning comes, it's going to be messy for a minute, and all this stuff's probably going to collapse all at once, and it's going to feel overwhelming a little bit. But I think that we're all going to come together, and it's going to be okay. We're all in it together, boys. We've got that hopey, changey feeling in our blood from Zohran Mamdani, the South African from Swankapo land, where Peter Thiel's from, I bet. Allegedly. And dude, I hope they do Blue Beam. Wouldn't it be so funny if the entire economy collapses? They time it so that the economy collapses at the same exact time that we get blue beamed. 3i Atlas flies in, it's the Blue Kachina. Blue Kachina, right? Blue beam. Ooh. I don't know. Just spitballing here, boys. Yo, you think the fucking 3i Atlas alien, do you think they got that EBT? Or what the fuck are we gonna do, you know? What's everyone gonna do? Boom. Alright, here we go. It's time for bed. Ready? Steady. Lift off.
You can't go back to Tim. On my mama, this is healing Paul's trauma.
Good night, dude.
Take him to Nirvana. Image when stacking commas, it be up because of drama. Now the drug is marijuana. Cooks will say I got a problem.
No, no.
Till you lost Paul. You
Blue Kachina. Take your loss, Paul. Goofy fool.
Till you lost Paul. Bill showing all your
Italy all stopped working? That's cool.
You can't go back to Tim. After yoga and my breath.
And the mushies.
Baby, if I'm lucky,
then a couple try to fork me. Play your size, but I'm handsome.
Maybe Mendez
will call me a ransom.
I don't have a bike, but
I might take a jog.
Something light, loving life.
Chilling with my headphones on. I asked Cat Dad how much a ticket costs. $50. Doesn't matter, still your daddy and your boss. Mama, this is healing Paul's trauma.
Got a gene spirit,
and we'll take him to Nirvana. Ooh, causing drama. Marijuana, boy, smoking marijuana, bitch.
You can't come back from this.
Take your loss, Paul. Goofy idiot.
Till you lost Paul. Bell showing all your little skin.
Take your loss, Paul. I love you so much. Dave Paul, take a L. Yesterday, Paul, go to hell, bitch. See me in some blue jeans, lock me in a cell. Paul saw me in some blue jeans and nutted on themselves.
Chilling on the couch,
chilling like JD Vance. If you really wanna dance, Paul, now is your chance, Paul. You're the damn man, Paul. Let's have a damn standoff. It's not in your jeans, Paul. It's time to take your pants off. Good night, boys. See ya tomorrow. To Nirvana. Mung bean casserole, get out of here, Aunt Deb. We don't need your input. Only Paul can save us now. Exactly, dude.
And protect your chin. Till you lost Paul. Bell showing all your little skin.
You're lost, Paul.
You can't go back to
No, no, you can't. All right, boys. Have a good night.
You can't go back to Tim.
Thank God for Zohran Mamdani. Our new hope and change. He's gonna be just like Barack Hussein. And by that I mean he doesn't have a fucking passport. I mean a birth certificate. Alright, good night, Aunt Deb. Just Aunt Deb. No, I'm just kidding. Good night, everyone except for Aunt Deb. Alright, boys. Love you. Gotta go watch Vanderpump Rules. No, I'm just kidding. I'm gonna try and put on Akira. I promise I'm gonna try so hard. Alright, here we go. Wish me luck on that. Okay, ta-ta. Have a good night. Bye-bye. See you tomorrow, 6 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. What we weave becomes. Paul, love you. Thoth, thanks, bro. Alright, bye, Nitwitches.